exactly the Friday Night Magic, but the first ever playset series here at Nexus Esports on the corner of 6th and Columbus in historic downtown Waco. Today I have with me Mr. Raymond Miller.
Yeah, this first time streaming with you. Good to be here. Of course, I've been a long-standing citizen, as you were, of Nexus. Love it, love the environment, and yeah, today we have Layne and Robert going at it.
Layne and Robert are two regulars up here, as well as good friends of the store owner, Zach. Both running very interesting decks. On the left, we got Layne running MonoRed Prism. It's a kind of limiting deck, running MonoRed into a kind of mid-range burn. It basically limits the opponent with Blood Moon, Chalice of Void decks, things like that, and then builds into which is a giant mass amount of damage coming out of red.
Yeah.
Robert Toots, on the other hand, is playing one of the meta decks of Nexus, actually. 5-color humans. Basically, at some point, somebody realized that just about every tool you could want in Modern exists within humans, and said, let's just play all 5 colors.
It's a very strong deck, and I've played against both of these decks, actually, personally, especially Layne's. Layne's can be very limiting to you, especially against my 8-rack deck. He just had the answer with Chalice of the Void out, just couldn't do much, and it's fun to see it. And then, when the Blood Moon hits, it hurts everybody. The Blood Moon is just probably one of the more punishing cards that you can play in Modern or any format, of that matter.
And for our chat there, hello Zesty, welcome to the stream. Zesty, of course, is a regular on our stream. He's my good friend Melvin.
Hello, Melvin. How you doing today? But yeah, both of these players are pretty well invested into our Modern scene here. We love both of them dearly, and just love to see them go at it. And you see the Blood Moon already being hit.
You also see the Noble Hierarch immediately disappearing. Noble Hierarch is actually the prize of today's tournament. So the way this playset series works is the grand prize, if I understand correctly, is an entire playset of a Modern staple. This week, the prize up for grabs, or week I should say, because I think we're doing this on a monthly basis.
Yes, it's monthly.
So this month, the grand prize is an entire playset of Noble Hierarchs. Now, let's actually pull this up to reference real fast.
Yeah, and then you instantly see it coming out for one here. Very, very interesting. You gotta love the playstyle that they're playing here. Just very fast paced. They're both very, very well skilled at piloting their decks, obviously. Yeah, Noble Hierarch is just one of those staple cards that everybody needs to be able to build around in Modern. And this is one of the reasons why we wanted to bring this, is so we can get these staple cards circulating inside of our community here locally at Nexus, and we just want to give everybody a chance to be able to come play it.
Very much so. I mean, ultimately, the biggest problem in Modern, for any player trying to get into it, is the cost.
Yep. I can attest to that personally.
I think it was once told to me, basically what you need to build any deck is the 8 lands that give you the color filter you need, because most Modern decks are going to be 2 colors or more. Very few monocolor decks hold their own in Modern. But you're going to need the land base that gives you the filter, and then you're going to need those staple cards that your deck is built around. And usually those are going to be your pricey options, anywhere between $20 to upwards of $80, which Noble Hierarch, before its recent reprinting in Ultimate Masters, was $80 to $100.
Yes, sir. And I believe that was a playset that was coming out right whenever I started to get into Magic. Right whenever I started to inch my way in and to finally start playing, Ultimate Masters was hitting, and everybody was just talking about the hype of everything. Oh, we see a scoop. Just the damage coming through, just low to the ground, being fast, being able to get those early damage dealers out. Doesn't look like he had much of an answer to be able to just deal with the aggro that is 5-colored humans. My first time playing with this deck, I didn't realize how fast this deck can actually be very fast and very devastating if you don't get ahead of it.
Basically, yeah, it plays low to the ground efficient creatures, as you said, and then everything you play is just value. It's either a control mechanic, a filter mechanic, something that changes the state of the game. So it's literally like playing a Voltron of creatures, except the only thing that really comes into play is that they're all human.
Yeah.
Which gives you a couple of advantages,
Mm-hmm. It's one of the few tribal decks that does work very well in Modern setting. You just don't see very much of it, other than maybe Merfolk being very strong inside of it. What do you think that Layne would be looking to sideboard into here?
That is a very, very good question. Some low to the ground board wipes like Anger the Gods would work. Anger the Gods, of course, is that phenomenal 3-drop sorcery that does 3 damage to each creature in play, and then any creature that dies from it is exiled. So
Very rude.
not even graveyard mechanics can save you at that point.
Yeah, it's very.
Let's just say that not even death can save you from God.
I'm not too sure. I mean, yeah, he would definitely need some form of control against creatures here to be able to deal with this deck. You know, of course, his Chalice of the Void did come out. He did hit Blood Moon early, but it just didn't limit him because he already had the creatures that were coming out and able just to efficiently.
Very much so. The problem with what Layne was trying to do in game 1 was that he's running a deck that controls combo.
Yeah.
That is what this deck does. It locks down combo. One of my favorite decks, Thopter Foundry, would be devastated by this deck because when you're trying to mix 3 colors, land filter is everything, and when suddenly every land you have is a color you can't use, oh, it's painful.
I'm not too sure. I can't remember it's been a while since I played against this deck. Layne has moved out of town recently, but I do believe he is also running a Goblin Guide as well out of there.
Goblin Guide is, of course, one of those fantastic low to the ground red creatures, a 1-drop 2/2 haste. And its only negative isn't really a negative. When it swings, your opponent reveals top card of the library. If it's land, they get to put it in their hand. Well, if it's not, then you see what the top card of their library is. So it's all plus.
So it looks like they went ahead. Oh. Wasn't able to catch to see if he had the mulligan. No, like they're still sideboarding.
As Zesty here on the stream has said, he does in fact love Goblin Guide, but unique to him, he doesn't like swinging with Goblin Guide. He likes getting hit with Goblin Guide because he's one of the few lucky people I ever knew that got hit by multiple triggers of Goblin Guide and each time hit a land. So he just sat there and filled his hand with land, and then each turn drew value.
That's one way to thin out your deck, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen Goblin Guide backfire so hard as I've seen it backfire against Melvin. Yeah, Robert, I don't know if you want to say Robert Toop's coming out of retirement. It's more like Robert Toop's.
Well, he was here for our 1K.
He was.
Last Saturday. He did very well, almost top 8. He came very close with the same deck that he's running today. Seen some familiar faces out there today that we're just happy to see come back. Seen Milton out there.
Saw Layne, who's casted on this show before.
Yeah, Layne is here today as well.
It took me a second to recognize him. It wasn't until he spoke that I was like, "Wait, what happened?" He looks like he face fought a lawnmower.
Cleaned up a little bit.
He beat the lawnmower, by the way.
Yeah. Let's see. Got our first draws out. Let's see if we're gonna keep.
Gotta say, on a sheer favoritism note, I hope Layne wins because so the audience understands. The owner here, Zach, has put a hit on Mr. Toops. Anyone who beats him, I think, wins a free pack.
Yes, if you beat Robert Toops today, you get a free pack. It's one of those fun things that we're trying to implement here. Just kind of have a lot of fun with it. Could have seen the surprise on his face. He was looking down, fumbling with his deck a little bit. And the moment Zach announced it, he kind of looks up, little A guy, he's like, "What?"
And I'm pretty sure I heard a couple of cheers in the room.
Oh, well, I think we have first mulligan.
I don't know if anybody's running a black-white drain type deck. I know only of a couple of decks that are currently being run today. For some reason, people were really secretive when trying to talk to me. I think they thought I was playing today.
Yeah, it was kind of odd. When you were helping set up the stream out there with Jacob, I believe. It was really odd to see it, but at the same time, that's just the way people are. Whenever I was taking in deck lists yesterday for the 1K, obviously everybody was just throwing down their deck list at me upside down, and I was just grabbing it as fast as I could. Oh, turn 1 Noble.
Basically, the play for humans.
The play. Mana fixing immediately. 2.
Pyroclasm would do really well here. And that wasn't what that was.
Oh. Get a good look at it.
Actually, was that a Desperate Ritual?
Hello?
I can't really tell from this angle. But, so Pyroclasm is a 2-drop spell that does 1 damage to each creature. That would have been a fantastic counter to Noble Hierarch because it is a 0/1 until it decides to swing. Ooh, ooh. Think there was almost a misplay going on there.
It looked like he did something maybe to shut down Noble Hierarchs from tapping. So tap for those colors. So if there were a deck out here that you wanted to see show up, what would that be?
As you know, I'm a big fan of control.
Yes.
So I'd love to see the blue-white control deck. I'd like to see the one that we saw last week on stream that just slammed down the Jace Mind Sculptor, followed by Teferi, and Narset again. Wow, that deck was amazing. I'm sorry. I got so excited because the grandiose power of blue and white suddenly was like filling up my eyelids.
Alright, so we see Tubes throw down a Phantom, obviously making a copy of Noble.
To be fair, the deck that I would like to see play, I don't think I'm going to, which is, I don't know if everybody's seen it, but the new Hogak deck.
Oh, yeah, the Dredge deck.
Me and you have talked about it to extended links. It is a deck that has basically become realized because of Modern Horizons. And to be fair, how to put this, it is symbolic of the impact that Modern Horizons is going to have on Modern for at least the next year. Entire decks coming out that are based on the stuff coming out in Modern Horizons.
Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna
see a whole bunch of tappy. That is a Reflector Mage.
Yep, get him out. See the Blood Moon on the board now. Is he gonna have an answer to get rid of that bad boy?
I think he's gonna try to play around it with his Noble Hierarchs. The Noble Hierarchs will give him a mana filter in basically Bant. And that'll keep him. Oh, it looks like, yep, that was Anger of the Gods coming out. Perfect answer to Tubes' State. Without that mana filter, he's kind of screwed. Almost every land he has is non-basic, which means every one of those is red, and that restricts Tubes to one color, and not the color humans, 5-color humans really depends on.
I think the only thing that he can try to do, I believe, is just... Oh, there's a Karn. I think that's a great creator.
Yep.
And yeah, that's going to be a real big problem for Tubes if he doesn't get an answer for it soon. Yeah, I think the only thing that Tubes can try to hope to get out is maybe an Aether Vial.
Also, I have now confirmed that is in fact a Desperate Ritual. That all adds up now. So, yep, that is Karn coming out. Karn, I believe, is a one-sided Stony Silence. That's going to prevent any kind of mana rocks from tapping, which I don't think is a problem at the moment. But yeah, right now Tubes is basically looking at not having mana.
Yeah, he's getting real close to a scoop here. I do believe Layne is definitely ahead on the board, and he's gonna have to be able to come up with some sort of answer for that Blood Moon. If he doesn't, this is gonna be a real hard curve for him to get around.
Is that a Ravager?
Ravager. Arcbound Ravager?
Kind of looks like a Ravager.
Yeah.
I like Ravager.
We'll call it a Ravager. Tapping, and boom.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up Karn the Great Creator just for reference here.
There goes one of the lands, and let's see him go ahead and hit the solid pass. Yeah, activated abilities of artifacts your opponent's control can be activated.
Yep, and until next turn, up to one target non-creature artifact becomes an artifact creature. Power and toughness equal to its mana cost. You know, it's funny, his -2 works amazingly well with the other Karn Scion of Urza, which allows you to exile cards, because then you can just exile them and then put them back into your hand.
Yeah, Tubes it looks like he's getting pretty close to a scoop here, unfortunately. I'm not too sure what he's looking for an answer. He does lay down a land that is a wonderful mountain for him.
This is definitely locking down a lot of, you know what? That's not an Arcbound Ravager. You know what that is?
What's that?
I think that's liquid metal coating.
Way.
Yeah.
Woo. That is. Can we find it in English?
Okay, I'm going to apologize for the fact that I can't find it in English, but I am going to give you a rough translation. This is liquid metal coating. It is an artifact, and it turns target artifact or target permanent into an artifact. So
Exiling with.
no, he's doing worse. So Karn's +1 is turn target non-creature artifact into a creature whose power and toughness is equal to its converted mana cost. Well, target land becomes an artifact. Target artifact becomes an artifact creature to 0/0 because lands have no converted mana cost. That's how he's blowing up lands. Fantastically done.
Okay.
And then I'm not sure what else he was doing, but somehow that he was making dudes out of that. So overall, really interesting deck. Liquid metal coating was an old favorite of mine. I don't know why I can't find a good artwork for it, so I apologize, everyone. But yeah, no, liquid metal coating is an amazing card. But I'm going to pull something else up so we don't have to look at it.
that is a rude deck that he's playing. But yeah, what in humans do you think that Tubes would be looking to sideboard then? Or artifact hate to keep that from coming back? Maybe not much that he can do about the Karn itself other than just swinging at it.
So the thing here that Robert needs, excuse me, the thing Robert needs is he needs a way to answer the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Blood Moon is what's killing him. Game 1, he got around it because he had the Noble Hierarchs. This game, he got the Noble Hierarchs. He could have kept going, and then came Anger of the Gods, and that was it. That was basically it. Robert Tubes was trying to get out from under it, could not get out from under it. Yeah, no. So Robert's got to find a way to get around the Blood Moon. And I can only think that if he has nothing in his sideboard, then his only option is to out-tempo his opponent. He is on the play, right? So he is going to have that going for him. A turn 1 Aether Vial and or Noble Hierarch is going to definitely help. So it really just kind of comes down to who puts who under whose thumb first.
I have to feel like at this point that the Aether Vial will probably be the better play so he can try to mana fix that way instead of depending on the creature. Because you saw he has the answer whether the Anger of the Gods. I definitely feel like the Aether Vial is going to be the way to go to be able to get him out, to temple out, let him start blowing up your lands, and try to get at least 2 Aether Vials out, so that way he can set up and mana fix that way.
Yep. I think the real concern for Robert's going to be, aside from dealing with Blood Moon, if he is under Blood Moon, what can he do while under Blood Moon? Because he's going to have to get out as much damage as he can to get Layne within kill range, and then from there, deal with the consequences afterward. Because this could very easily turn into a turn 2 Liquid Metal Coating, turn 3 Blood Moon, turn 4 Karn, and if Robert hasn't gotten anything like functionally out in that time, that's enough to end the game.
Now my question is, does that Karn stop the Aether Vial?
It can't. Yes, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Karn will stop the Aether Vial.
That is going to hurt.
Furthermore, Karn can do other things, such as turning the Aether Vial into a 1/1 creature, making it killable with damage.
It was a rude deck. Very rude deck.
Rude and powerful deck.
Yeah. Definitely a different iteration, especially with War of the Spark coming out and that new Karn. Oh, that Karn is just rude.
Honestly, I'm going to have to say that this Karn is better than Sky and Aversa.
Think so?
Is it better than Liberated? No, but Liberated's a totally different bag of eggs. Right, I said bag of eggs. Deal with it. But no, so Liberated was just raw power and colorless. Like, literally, until Ujin had been printed, Karn Liberated was just this, why did you make a thing that exiles on a stick? Wizards. This isn't fun. But then Ujin came out and like, oh, so we're just gonna go stupid.
Yeah.
Now the Karn Sky Universe and Karn the Great Creator are better because they force you to play Karn the way Karn should be played. And I say this from a flavor standpoint. Karn is a artifact and an artificer all at once. Like, there's no reason why Karn should literally go wave hand, destroy world. Karn is he makes, he builds, he creates. He created an entire world. Perf. Speed.
Boom.
So much speed just happened.
He does have the Thalia out. And here comes the low to the ground aggro. So he's going to be able to tempo off with these two creatures to try to keep it going. He needs to get that Aether Vial out to be able to cheat creatures in at instant speed.
Did you actually see what he did to get the Blood Moon out? 2 Simeon Spirit Guides. Spirit Guides.
There you go. Fantastic mountains being played right now. Let's see what Answer Tubes has. Gonna swing it. And get rid of the problem that's currently on the board. Gonna take it.
I mean, if these creatures go away, I think Tubes is basically done.
Oh yeah. You can see Layne has another Blood Moon in hand, even if he does answer that one that's on the board already. And you see he has a Karn in hand as well. Trying to get to it. He has the mana to lay down for it. See if he's going to tap all 4. Oh. Swing with a gobble.
Tubes throws on effectively another mountain. Perf.
He has all kinds of problems. He doesn't, like I say, doesn't realize he has that Karn in hand. Gonna swing, jump block.
Stop some of that damage. Slow Tubes down.
Take 2. Untap. Keep draw. Gonna slam down Karn yet. Slams down Karn, that's...
Well, he needs another mana to slam down Karn.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that's going to be damage. And now with only 2 creatures swinging, he's doing 2 damage a turn. If Layne's damage just keeps going up and up, then Robert's going to have a slight problem here.
Blood Moon is just one of those root cards. You just have to kind of anticipate and be expected that someone's going to play it. Especially with with the way it's going. Is it Phoenix as a deck? MonoRed Phoenix as a deck? The Ponza deck that Jacob likes to run. Blood Moon is a staple. You just kind of have to expect that people are going to be running this, and it shuts down so many decks that people run up here. It's going to shut down humans, obviously. It's going to shut down your Amulet Titan extremely hard. You see Blood Moon come out with Amulet Titan, you scoop. Go to the next game.
Oh, pretty much. Not to mention the other side of it. Oh, what's going on now? Oh, no.
Oh.
That looks like damage coming out. Don't think Tubes has an answer.
Oh.
That's dead Thalia. That's dead Thalia.
It was interesting to see that, he did have Thalia out there, but he was still able to hit the turn 3 Blood Moon regardless. with the tags from Thalia. And
Actually, no, it wasn't a turn 3. It was turn 2.
was a turn 2.
He started through those 2 monkeys in the exile pile. Literally, red barrel of monkeys. You know, Blood Moon, though, is the other card that I forgot to mention every time I talk about the whole idea of Gruul control. You have your Blood Moon, your Cindervines, the new red-green Planeswalker, all of it. Ooh, is that Chandra's Torch of Defiance?
That is. And he's going to ping.
He's going to burn creatures off the battlefield now.
And, well,
That's going to be done tubes, I think.
Yep.
Unless he's got...
Oof.
I have no idea what that was.
That was an interesting play there. Of course, if in top decks, one more land. And there it is. Bringing him down to kill range.
Yep, there's Karn.
Came in instantly -2.
Yep. So here is where you see some real danger, right? So -2 exile, or you choose an artifact you own from outside the game or an exile, reveal it and put it in your hand. So how that ruling worked from outside the game got changed a long time ago because there was an old card that was kind of broken from Eldrazi. It looks like it's going to be a scoop. But it was something like Scion of Ulamog, and you basically paid like 15 or 20 mana to search for an Eldrazi card that you own from outside the game and put it into play. Well, the old ruling was outside the game, so you literally opened your trade binder and went to go fetch Emrakul the Aeon's Torn and put it into play. It's like, why? So they had to change it, and now it's outside of the game. It's either exile or your sideboard.
Right. But yeah, that was well fought for Tubes. Definitely almost got ahead of him there, but unfortunately falling behind from this mono-red Prism deck. Very interesting to see. I played it against this before, of course, a different iteration of it, and with the Chalice of the Void, just doing a lot of work. Looks like he probably pulled that out for sideboard options here for what he did. But yeah, hats off to Layne for taking the game.
Yep. And I also hats off too. I totally forgot about Thalia being in the humans. That is the anti-control card for humans. That gives it so much protection. You saw it go into play there, but unfortunately for Tubes, Layne just
had the answer.
Add the answer to the answer. Otherwise, yeah, no, it would have been 2 more turns for that Blood Moon.
Yeah, it's real unfortunate. You try to get out there, try to get low to the ground and fast and just get aggro, but Layne did a really good job, came up here prepared, got his deck ready for some action, and took the first game. That's all.
So congratulations to the first game, and for getting the hit on Tubes.
Yeah, get the hit.
Yep. Strike 1 for the assassin. So we're going to go ahead and cut to commercial break, but when we come back, we'll be back with round 2 of the Playset series here at Nexus Esports. We have been your commentators, Edward Teague,
Raymond Miller.
See you in a minute. And we are back here at Nexus Esports for the Playset series. We are your commentators, Edward Teague,
Raymond Miller.
All right, today I got a special treat for you. Coming back from an extended absence here at Nexus, we have Milton running, drum roll,
Slivers.
I'm so happy.
So we know he's going to be running the new Slivers, and it's going to be very interesting to see it go off. And then we have Jacob Cox running a Monoblue Merfolk. We were playtesting against this deck earlier, and what were your thoughts of it?
It's solid. It is very solid. You know that I prefer the blue-green Merfolk deck.
Correct.
But
a little bit of form of control.
He runs this really well.
Mm-hmm.
It runs low to the ground, average CMC of 2. It runs both Cavernous Souls and Aether Vial.
Yep.
And it just ramps out real quick. It also has a mechanic in it. Jacob built this mechanic just to take advantage of the Merfolk Lord keyword of Island Walk.
Yep.
But it has a lot of what I call land taxing. It uses a lot of the old enchantments that turn lands into just island.
But you see that in a lot of modern Merfolk decks these days anyway. Even some of the legacy Merfolk decks. It's a very staple card that you're going to see, so that way they can't block you anymore, and you just ramp up and go.
The thing is, it has the secondary effect of also castrating your opponent's mana.
Mm-hmm.
Because suddenly, that source of black or red or green or white that you needed is just, all it is a source of blue.
Solid choice of blue. It's just like we saw last game when we were tapping mountains, now we're tapping islands.
Very much so. And while playtesting against Mr. Cox before the tournament kicked off here, he definitely was able to use it to castrate like 2 or 3 of my decks.
Yeah.
One deck just didn't matter because it was mono anyway, so I had all the mana I needed. The only deck that I actually beat him with was a deck that could use the islands, which is something that I told him it's a danger. If your opponent can use the islands, then all it is a way to make your creatures unblockable, and it doesn't really castrate your opponent.
It doesn't tax them as well, but at the same time, having unblockable Lording Merfolk is still...
Oh, very much so.
Especially
since the main defense here is just going to be the fact that both of these players are going to put creatures on the battlefield.
We're going to see army versus army. Wonderful.
And I don't know if you could tell from my height, but I'm more of a fan of Slivers.
Yeah, Milton, love Milton to death. He's a good friend, definitely a good player, solid player. Last time we've seen him up here, last time I remember was whenever he was playing that Mantle or whatever we decided to call that deck with the
Super Jank Infinite Combo that basically used Umbral Manta in Bant colors to make an infinite power creature in swing.
Then I think he ended up equipping that thing to a Pyromancer's Familiar and swinging.
Yeah.
It was definitely fun. It was a fun time to see it. So yeah, we already see the aggro coming out. It looks like he has a Cavern of Souls out as well. Coming in from Jacob Cox, and there's Layne.
Going to be an Aether Vial over there, the promo Aether Vial from Kaladesh, I believe. I want to point out that card is extremely valuable, and Jacob is currently located on the corner of 6th and Columbus. 6th and Columbus. I'm just kidding, guys. I got to say that sometimes when the guys bring up they're super shiny, I got to be like, yo, man, that needs to be in a vault. Although, maybe not that particular card.
I will say this about Milton: the mana's like ice when you're playing against them. The one time I played against him twice. I think one time he brought a mill deck up here and ended up losing to it. Just kept on drawing lands against the guy. But he ended up when I played against his Bat Mantle with my A-Rag deck. Even though he won game 1 and then game 2 and 3 I effectively won, but eventually taking the set. But I mean, each time I'd look over at him and he would just sit there with just a stony face and just pierce at you like it was ineffective as to what was happening on the board.
And not in a menacing way either. Milton's
No.
probably one of the most fun people to play against, to win against, to lose against. Like, he's just mellow. Mellow Milton.
Yeah, you gotta love it. He's a great guy. Definitely love him. We miss him up here, and it's just fun. He's a fun Magic player.
So it's good to see him back.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, being this is the second game in a row, we've had a comeback. Like last game, we had Layne, and now we got Milton. I hope to get Andrew on as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just complete the set, and then maybe somebody can go kidnap Ethan real fast. So over there on the sliver side, I'm seeing the, trying to remember what it's called, predatory sliver, I believe. It is a 1/1 for 2 that makes all slivers +1/+1, including itself. Because that's how sliver lords work. They affect themselves. Oof.
They affect all slivers.
Yep. I believe over there on Jacob's side, he has is that a Dreamcatcher? And a Lord of Atlantis. Fortunately, Jacob has not gotten yet any of the enchantments that allow his Merfolk to be unblockable, so we're still kind of waiting on that one.
It's just a test of like who's gonna get there first, who's gonna be able to progress their board state to where it's just overwhelming. That's what it comes down to. Populating fish or populating slivers. Who has the better way of population?
To expand on Milton's board state, that is also a Sinew Sliver, the White Lord in Slivers. And he's going to put that back on the top of his deck. And I'm trying to think of what that other sliver is. Because I can't tell.
Was that a trickster that came out?
I think so.
The guy is very sneaky. You usually see him in the blue-green slivers as well. Just very, very, very good chart to be able to control the board state. But yeah, I think the moment that Jacob gets the land tax, it's going to be a very big problem for Milton because he's not going to be able to.
Actually, talking about land tax right now, Jacob's in a bit of a bind.
Yeah.
He has the Aether Vial out, so that allows him to get creatures out for free. But without extra mana, he can't accelerate the way he needs to accelerate. Milton, on the other hand, 4 land out, and if he ever hits any of his mana dorking slivers, all slivers become mana dorks. In addition to just getting big.
He's going to have to utilize that Cavernous Souls and the Aether Vial effectively. Best way right now that he would do it is use the mana that he has on the board to be able to put down in main phase, and then at the end of turn sneaking in another Merfolk at the end of Milton's turn, while the board stays fairly even.
And I do believe that is the new red-white sliver.
2 keywords.
Flying and haste.
Oh,
unless I'm wrong, it might not be
flying in haste.
Is that the right one?
And it is in bolt range as well. That's the only reason why I care about that. But yeah, 2 keywords of flying in haste, I do believe. It's like Cloud Sliver, something like that. Yeah, Cloud Shredder Sliver right here.
That does, in fact, look like it. Yep, all slivers you control have flying and haste.
On a 1/1 body for a red and a white. Thankfully, it's in bolt range. Good lord.
I'm going to actually go ahead and start trying to find that other sliver real fast, just to try to get reference. But yeah, like right now, all slivers on the field are at minimum +2/+2 flying and haste, and whatever heck that other sliver does.
So Jacob does finally get down another land. See what he's able to do here. He does tap it for 1. Now, I wonder, you think he may be running the Cleaving Sliver? That was one I was interested in as well, that he may be running. Sliver creatures you control get +2/+0.
I don't think so. Kind of like the old Bone Splitter Sliver, which did the same thing. It was a 4-drop Lord that didn't put anything on the butt. So your slivers get bigger, but they don't get, like, tougher. That's why the lording effect is so good, because it also makes them tougher. It's a dangerous thing to buff power and not toughness. I do know that he is running that Darkheart Sliver from back in the day, where slivers have sacrificed this creature, gain 3 life. Solid sliver. Oh. I'm sorry, by the way, I meant to bring up that Cloud Shredder Sliver earlier. That is Cloud Shredder Sliver.
Definitely when I first seen that thing, oh man, my jaw just about hit the floor.
Oh, you telling me, man, like I want a whole playset. I can't get them. I'll get them eventually, but I'm just not getting them right now.
So we see Jacob swinging in, so Milton is down to 12, and he's just holding back, trying to see what the board state is going to do for him.
That's a collected company.
Oh, there it is. Top 6. 2 creatures on the board.
Almost every sliver he can possibly rely on is 3 or less, so everything's in hit range here.
Mhm.
How you do this?
Oh, we got a little bit of glare, unfortunately. Unable to see what hit the board there on both sides.
I'm actually going to go and take a look at what they are. I'll be right back.
So it did look like a sorcery speed Coco coming out for that. It's interesting word play instead of doing it at the end of turn, so that way they can not come in effectively with summoning sickness. But Milton has definitely built him up a wonderful board state, just alone from what we see. So hopefully, let's see what we got. What we come in with. Waiting on the announcement here for that.
Okay, so the card you played a while back, that's actually Gem Hide. No wonder I couldn't recognize it. I can't find any in Waco. Gem Hide and Mana Wave are the 2 slivers that turn all your slivers into mana dorks.
Oh Lord.
Which it means basically every sliver now has tap, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Fantastic color fixing. So the 2 slivers that entered play were Sledge Sliver and I saw it, but I can't remember what it was. But Sledge Sliver is another lord, but it has the ability to basically loot, or not loot, regenerate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can. Oh, that's what it was. The other card that he put out was also Necrotic Sliver, and that was the real monster. I'm going to bring up Necrotic Sliver so you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh, you see a Merfolk come down. He's going to get rid of the Shredder, the Cloud Shredder, to get him back down onto the ground so that way he could effectively try to block here.
He's going to try to block the mana dork, it looks like.
Yeah, that'd be smart. Okay, so he played Necrotic. Okay, that's nice. Now, I wonder if he's running the sliver that we saw that whenever slivers are dealt damage, they deal that much damage to the creature or the player.
You're talking about Playback.
Yeah, the Modern Horizons, yes.
I actually asked him about it. He said that I don't think he's running it because he said the way you want to run that is you want to run it with the Blasphemous Act card. You remember Blasphemous Act?
I don't know.
It's like a 9-drop sorcery. It deals 13 damage to each creature, but its cost is reduced by 1 for each creature in play.
Oh!
And it's like base cost is 1 red.
That's interesting.
So for 1 red, you do 13 damage to every sliver you control, and then you just take that 13 damage per sliver and hit your opponent.
So yeah, we saw Jacob getting ahead in damage, and then all of a sudden the board state for Milton just got out of range. Unfortunately for the Merfolk, gonna have to be able to hit a land drop so that way. Oh, there we go. Speaking of land, and looks like he does have is that a D-Spirit that he has in hand?
No, he doesn't have a D-Sphere. There's no way he has a D-Sphere. He's playing Monoblue.
Yeah.
What I will say is that Milton took a bit of a risk there. He was hoping to go for the swing and the win, but Jacob did manage to get enough block to survive.
Yeah,
if Milton dies to this, which doesn't look like he is.
Well, goes to 1, but he has him in kill range.
Yep. Unfortunately, not enough. So it's really going to come down to whether or not Jacob Cox can stop the damage that's coming through next turn.
He activated that Mutavolt to try to push him over the edge. Maybe miscounted just a little bit by 1.
Comes down to whatever Milton has in draw this time, because he's going to put out the flyer haste again. It's just obvious. There's another, I think that's Sliver Hive again. Sliver Hive is just such a fantastic. All the mana filter you need for slivers.
You definitely saw that thing jump up in price, especially after the printing of the slivers that came out in Modern Horizons. It was great value for what you're trying to do with all the things.
Fortunately, the card glare is kind of hurting there.
And that's a scoop.
Is that going to be lethal going into Jacob Cox?
I think Milton scooped it up. You saw Jacob Cox tapping 2 blue mana, floating 2, and then pointing at a sliver. I couldn't tell what the spell was that he did, but Milton effectively scooped it up.
All right. Well, it's going to be game 1, I believe.
Yeah. So moving into game 2, what do Milton has ideas for sideboard here? These Sliver Lords, man, those things, that was fast. It was really fast, but you saw it able to get ahead of the Merfolk there just effectively, even with the Aether Vial. Unfortunately, with Jacob getting behind on land, wasn't able to hit any taxing, to be able to hit the Sliver Hide for mana fixing or anything like that against Milton. Hopefully, let's see what he's going to try to pull out here. Now, you worked with Jacob Cox on his deck and with the theory crafting and building it here earlier. What was
a little bit?
What were you able to look into his sideboard to know what he decided to run into?
He's running a lot of control mechanics into his sideboard. So he runs a single Spell Pierce main board. Mm-hmm. He runs the other Spell Pierces that he will use in his sideboard. It's that old theory that if there's the one thing that's going to stop you, carry at least one card to stop it.
Right.
I mean, I don't really have anything better to say about that. Just you've got that's just how you're gonna have to play that.
Be very interesting. I'm gonna step real quick, make sure the counter reset and everything. And
yeah, do I have? I don't know what Mr. Cox can actually run as a sideboard option here. Basically, he just needs more ways to try to keep Milton's creatures under control. A sleep mechanic would be fantastic, but he did tell me I don't think he's running any cryptic commands. He's not going to be able to use that. I suppose you got clarification on who won.
it was Milton who took game one.
Okay. Figured as much. I just didn't see how Cox was going to survive that much damage.
Oh no, especially tapping out. It seems like he just miscalculated the damage output that he had. Even with the Mutavault coming out and being animated, he just tried to swing all out thinking he was going to be able to take it, but unfortunately, Milton at one and him at kill range.
This is why whenever I'm hey Shitty Poo. So I think Shitty Poo is actually one of our guests from the Jonatron show.
Yeah.
So Shitty Poo, it's always good to see you again.
Welcome back.
So when it comes to individual players, they all have their own different way of doing things. Mr. Cox, one of the ways he likes to calculate his damage is he likes to go across the board and just count the numbers individually. Unfortunately, this can create a calculation error if you try to count twice.
Yeah.
A good example of this is, unlike the Sliver Lords, the Merfolk Lords do not affect themselves. They only affect other Merfolk. Mm-hmm. So if you were counting ahead and be like, well, you know, here's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then you added an extra 1 because you counted the one that would be on that Merfolk Lord, mm-hmm. You were like, oh, that was the one damage that I missed.
Unlike the Sliver Lords who were all slivers.
Yep. A lot easier to calculate with slivers. The way I like to do it is I like to individually count each creature, and basically like that creature is now a blah, and that is a blah, that is a blah, that is a blah. And then when you do that, it's a little bit harder to miscalculate, because unless you miscount it on the creature itself, which you can still do, right? Mm-hmm. But it's just, it allows you to, that backup, you know?
Yeah, I definitely understand, and going from your tutorship off of that, that's definitely how I count up my board state as well for the damage that's going to be output, just so that way I can make sure that I know what I'm going to be swinging with if I needed to hold back for any particular reason. But, I mean, at the same time, you know, if you know you're behind, you got to swing out. Sometimes it's just got to go all in.
The other option, and I think we went back and watched, we'd see, but I saw that Jacob Cox blocked 2 creatures. Yeah. When he did his move. He survived with 7 life. If he had blocked 1 less creature, I don't think those slivers were 7/7s. Mm-mm. So if he'd blocked 1 less creature, lost 1 less Merfolk to the Sliver Horde,
would have had lethal.
He would have had lethal. So it does come down to the calculation. And I think it was that Jacob Cox actually did the math during that block instead of doing the math when he was attacking. It wasn't so much he miscalculated on the swing, he miscalculated at the block and was like, well, this is all the damage I can do.
It was one of those things, too, because hindsight's always 20/20, because had he not blocked and he taken all the damage, who knows how Milton's board state would have looked like for him whenever he came back for the swing.
So there of course, is Mutavault coming out with putting a Aether Vial into play.
Yep, and he's going to go fetch. Yep.
Yes, Shitty I see you. I see you. Hi, what's up?
How's it going? There's going to be no card shuffling today or flicking. Yeah. Let's see what he's going to go ahead and do. Things going to go
Looks
ahead.
like he went and got a Woodland Cemetery?
Yeah.
Woodland Cemetery, yep. Then he put something into play. That light is horrible. That isn't the sun, by the way. That's our lamp. That's supposed to make it light up. I think we need to adjust that light at some point. If you want to complain about the lighting, by all means, I invite you to call Zach personally and complain about it.
The phone number is 555-5555.
I wonder who they'd actually call if they called that.
Oh, that would be great.
Oh, man. You ever hear that old song back in the day? It's old song, 8675309.
You know, I actually knew a guy who had that phone number.
Mm-hmm.
He lived locally here. He lived on campus, on TSC campus, whenever I was in high school over at Conway locally. And I got the phone number from him because I wanted to hang out. We're going to go play basketball, pick up a basketball game at the local court. And I looked down at the number and I said, how often? He's like, every day, on the hour, at the hour, somebody calls my house trying to troll me, asking if they know about the song. And it's just like, oh god, it's gonna be horrible. Yo, I'm surprised that phone number just isn't just perpetually just banned across America.
Yeah.
The worst part about it is that some of the people from out of state have called, so you have to dial the area code to do it.
You know, it's possible they just basically picked an area code at random and then dialed the number.
Very possible. Oh Lord, it's gotta be so frustrating. But yeah, I would have requested a different number at that time.
I don't know, because then you get it's a good conversation piece.
It's probably one of those things that you roll your eye out that you're tired of talking about because it's so frustrating.
I mean, look at poor Layne. His last name, I do believe, is in fact Mays. He is Layne Mays. And yes, everybody makes the joke, and he does get tired of it.
I would only expect so. So yeah, looks like Jacob finally isn't missing a land drop.
Oh,
Ooh.
and there it comes.
Oh, there's a land tax.
Unfortunately for Jacob, it's coming a little late for the actual function of land tax because that is a gem hideout, and that means mana filter.
Mm-hmm.
There, of course, is Master of the Pearl Trident, so Merfolk can't be blocked anymore.
Boom, take two.
That's a Gale Rider. Oh, I realize what that card is over there on the side. That's an Aether Vial.
Yep.
Oof. Oof.
Looks like he has it sitting at 2 right now, able to flash him in at instant speed. Maybe he might take advantage of that as an step.
I mean, he brought in that Gale Rider at the end of Jacob's turn, and then ticked it up. So that's, it's extra source of mana, all that filter.
Tapping for blue.
No, that's 3. Oh yeah, it's 7 for blue, but that's going to.
Ooh, goodbye.
Oh gods! Do you know what that is?
Which sliver is that?
That is Harmonic Sliver.
Yes, sir. Now, you think what's the sliver that, Crystalline Sliver?
I do knew if he's running that one.
The one that gives them Shroud, by the way, for those of you that don't know.
No, he is running Diffusion Sliver, the budget version. So Diffusion Sliver is the 2-drop that basically counters the spell unless they pay an additional 2. Why Diffusion Sliver is so good is because it doesn't say the spell costs 2 more. It says counter it unless they pay 2. So, and it's 2 per Diffusion Sliver, by the way.
Oh.
He's lucky enough to have a whole playset. I want a playset.
Is Crystalline even modern legal?
Oh, I think so.
Pretty sure. It's so nasty to give all your sliver Shroud. It's nasty.
I'm actually not sure what that was.
Yeah. Interaction there.
And also something to note, Melvin destroyed the enchantment that was locking his
Lands down.
Yep. Unfortunately, at this point, it gets a little dangerous because now the only artifact in play is the Aether Ball that Milton owns.
Gonna be able to.
Actually, no, never mind. I didn't know that was an enchantment. So yeah, he's gonna steal that, get his thing back.
Unfortunately, it looks like the board state for Jacob is looking quite sad at the moment, and Milton with those slivers.
I mean, Jacob's gotten in a good amount of damage, but I mean,
the deck is starting to fizzle out.
This is why I said sleep mechanics were going to be important to Jacob Cox, but I don't think he was running any. Are you familiar with what sleep mechanics are?
No.
Okay, so there was an old card called Sleep.
Okay.
Basically, tap down your opponent's creatures. Getting through, right?
Yeah.
While Jacob doesn't normally have to deal with that, the reason why sleep mechanics are so good is because you could also, depending on the speed, lock them down on your opponent's turn and buy yourself a turn, right? Mm-hmm. One of the biggest, most important sleep cards in the game is Cryptic Command.
Yeah.
Because it's instant speed and it's an additional effect in addition to sleeping your opponent's creatures. Tap them down at the beginning of your opponent's turn. No blockers. Okay, we're doing this now.
You know, an interesting thing that he could try to do with the Aether Vial was because doing a lot of work off of 2 land here, and he's doing phenomenal.
He's doing a lot of work off 2 land and a bunch of mana dorks.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, there you saw it. Harmonic Sliver is not a May; it's a have to destroy target enchantment, and he did in fact have to destroy his own Aether Vial. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't matter at this point. And yep, there's.
Gonna animate that Vault there to try to swing in for some damage. It's just a 2/2.
No, it's not, because that is a Master of the Pearl Trident and a Lord of Atlantis. That Vault is a 4/4. So Milton's got to be a little careful here. He doesn't want to take too much damage because that's a 4. That is a 3/3 Master of the Pearl Trident and a 3/3 Dreamcatcher, I believe, as well as a 4/4. So he's going to put some creatures in the way here. All his slivers are getting +2/+2. And Harmonic, well, no, Harmonic's actually a 1/1 as well. There's just not enough. He doesn't really need the second Gale Rider at this junction. Milton definitely can't take all this damage, I think. But if he puts something in front of the Lord, then...
You could chump block and try to progress his board state next turn to try to get...
Well, no, if he hits the Master of the Pearl Trident with a 3/3 right now, it will die. Mm-hmm. As well as the other creature. He'll take 4 and bring his opponent down to a staggeringly low amount of power. So he's just going to take 4. And there's going to be some trading. Actually, no, there it is. There's 4. Okay. There's going to be some trading here. Yep. 2 for 2. And that's a lot of slivers.
That's a lot of slivers. Like you may have lethal on them if he...
Depends on how...
They don't have hate.
Yeah, no, they do.
Oh, yep.
Don't know what he threw down, but he just threw it down.
And swing out.
And yep, you see Jacob Cox there doing the head nod. Yep, nothing I would have got that saved me. Can't stop the horde.
That's a big GG. Slivers taken for the tribal. So game 1 we saw tribal shut down, and then game 2 we see Milton just progress ahead with that board state. It was
Harmonic Sliver really pulling through. Kind of makes me want to put it back in my deck. Wow, little took me by surprise there a little bit, but no, definitely a really good showing by Slivers. So here's my thing about Slivers. Slivers are a creature type that both players love and hate. They are exactly as Wizards intended. They are just Voltron, the tribe, right? That is how Wizards design them. That is how you play them. There's no trick to it. So on one hand, you have players who go, it's simple and it's just obvious, and why would I ever want to play that?
They're so diverse in their play nature because you don't have to do too much sideboard optioning. Running the Harmonic Sliver is perfect Because whenever they ATB, you destroy target artifact. What is the thing that gets rid of your slivers?
Mostly artifacts.
Mostly
Or enchantments in this particular case.
Yeah, and or enchantments, but you know the ensnaring bridge is a thing. But the moment that thing ETBs, it's done. You can start swinging through, and you know he, especially with the new one with the Cloud Shredder, being able to give him flying and haste, Lord, and you know it just doesn't matter at that point. You know, just very fast, very low to the ground, and just Ultron. You've got very good deck, very good deck.
The big thing I want to note that Milton does that doesn't do that I do, and I should probably look at changing my deck around it, is I run the 1-drop 1/1 that gives all slivers first strike.
Yeah.
And ends up putting my deck on the defensive a lot, but a very powerful defensive.
Yeah.
I also like to run it consistently because 1-drop, super efficient. But yeah, no, like thinking about it and the way this works with the new slivers coming out and really wanting to maximize, you want to go full aggression and just kind of beat your opponent down.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to do. You know, same thing with Merfolk. He definitely hung around a lot better in the second game, but you know those slivers, man. Whew.
I think actually he did. I think his showing in the first game was a little bit better, only because it was a lot closer. Mm-hmm. And honestly, Jacob would have taken it if not for that one mistake. So that was a play mistake.
Yeah.
In truth, like this was a really good game. This was a really good set, and I think that we might have seen the best, closest game that we're going to see all night. Like other games, you're going to see a lot of complex stuff, but it's probably going to be good to go from round 2 or 3. That was a game that literally, no pun intended, could swing either way.
Oh Lord, he did it. Well, of course, you know we're going to move on. Going to go on to our break and get ready for the next game. This is Raymond Miller.
And this is Edward Teague. Stay with us, and we'll be right back. And we are back, already cutting into round 3 here. We got one of the local commander players trying his hand at Modern, Caulin, what is it, Lunenburg?
Yeah, Lunenburg. He's a good friend of mine, and he did play Modern before he started getting into Commander a lot with his wife now, Riley, who's a lovely lady here that comes in. They're really, really good regulars, and of course, we're going to be Mono-Red.
Yep, looks like we just saw lightning bolts going back and forth because this is straight up Mono-Red versus Mono-Red. Now, Roge was on last week. We saw him at the 1K tournament, and I do believe he was running a Mono-Red deck. I don't know if it was Mono-Red Burn or Mono-Red Phoenix, but it was just Mono-Red. He liked to call it Mono-Red Jank, but there wasn't anything janky about it. It hurt.
Well, definitely not Mono-Red. He definitely has a white land down there. But he's just probably thinning this deck out to try to...
Actually, you know what? I think, in fact, that he does run in his sideboard Lightning Helix. So
makes sense.
it does run his burn.
For those good matchups.
Yeah, I will probably adjust the deck title here in a second. But yes, Raj was here last week. And ironically, we actually watched him on stream play against another Mono-Red Phoenix deck. So this is that vengeance kill.
It is the Vengeance kill. Did he take the L on that game?
He did take the L in that game. But it wasn't Caulin he was playing against. He was playing against Motown.
Yeah.
I wish Motown were here this week, but he's not.
Yeah, Caulin, he's a pretty solid player. He looks like he's bolting the creature. He does have a Phoenix in hand as well, waiting to ramp up to get to that. I think that 4 mana that's cost to be able to come in. He's a fairly experienced, fairly competent player. A fun guy to be around. I definitely enjoy his company a lot that we get to play. And so it's what we're going to try to do is he's just going to try and tempo out to get those Phoenixes out there. Definitely, we were kind of rushing together to get this deck put together. Throwing out a Lava Dart to get rid of the creature that's on the board.
And it is ironic you're seeing both of these players throw a lot of damage at each other's creatures. Try to keep them off the play.
Yeah, and Caulin is more recursion than worrying about bolting you to the face. And that's just something that he's trying to do. I know he's running Shatters. I know he has a Pyromancer's Ascension in deck. It's a solid version of the Mono-Red Phoenix. Not exactly what we were wanting to put together. Kind of a last-minute accomplishment. But at the same time, I feel it was a pretty solid gathering for it. There it is. Bring up the Pyromancer's Ascension for the kiddies.
I have no desire to bring it up, but I will.
Sorry, he's still giddy about the slivers from last game, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like we're gonna come back around, and there is an experience counter. So here we go. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that has the same name as a card in your graveyard, you may put a quest counter on Pyromancer Ascension. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell while Pyromancer Ascension has 2 or more quest counters on it, you may copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Very, very solid choice for the recursion of the Phoenix. So that way it counts as another spell cast before your combat stage. So that way you can just cheat it back into play. Flying Haste 3/2. It's a very solid choice for the Mono-Red Phoenix. Or even, I've seen it played in the Is It Phoenix version as well.
Oh, and I actually do believe I remember that particular F&M, and oh my god, it was devastating. So much mana got generated from Manamorphose.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about Sam Morrison, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I remember that.
Wish Sam were here now.
Yeah, we definitely miss him up here. I believe I lost to that deck that evening because he was on stream, and I ended up playing him off stream, and I lost to him pretty well, even having a Layne of the Void out there to try to kill the thing whenever it, instead of going to graveyard, I went to exile, but he still just got ahead of me with the thing in the ice and just beat my face in pretty handedly.
I mean, sometimes you gotta beat the face in.
Sometimes.
Alright, so we're seeing basically the end of the game coming up. Which is what you expected. 5-minute burn game between 2 red players. Yep, here comes the lightning bolt and the phoenix coming out, and that's scoop.
For the win. The lightning bolt. Very fast, very fast. This MonoRed Phoenix deck that he's played is a lot faster than I thought it would be. He is running a Blood Moon in the sideboard. I don't think it's going to help him out much. He does have a Shatter for Artifact. Hate to get rid of it. I don't think he has much in the way of enchantment. And I think that is a 1-of Pyromancer Ascension, which definitely helped him out a little bit. Didn't do too much, but it's a fast deck. It'll be interesting to see what he's going to try to sideboard in. He does have the Flame. It's the 1-drop, deal 4 damage or 3 damage to target creature.
Flame Strike, I think. Or Flame Slash?
Flame Slash.
Yeah. So, I think clarification, I think it's a Naya burn deck.
We didn't see any of the Swift Spears come out or anything like that. Just very low to the ground and just in your face, beat you. Looks like Roge here.
I mean, basically, we just watched 2 players drop all guard and start beating each other's face in.
That's red.
That's red. That is what happens when 2 red players come up to the plate.
You know, honestly, I suggested that he play our version of Lava Spike, which does have a little flavorful black in it for some bump in the night. You can turn 3 lethal somebody very easily. Here we go, adjusting the Naya burn for you, for the spectators out there.
I can't remember what it is that's green in the deck that he runs, but yeah, he runs Boros Charm, he runs Lightning Helix, which can give him an edge, the Lightning Helix, because it's 6 life differential. In decks that are based on counting to 20 as hard as possible, that is a devastating play.
Yeah, Lightning Helix is the answer to counter another burn player. There's just no question about it. The instant that you do it, it's the instant you get ahead on life, you get that 1 life, and that puts the other burn player at a huge disadvantage. You go from 20 to 21, almost done because you fizzle almost immediately.
Yep.
And you start top decking, hoping for an answer, and then if you get a second one, it's done.
Yep, and it's not even just 1 life; it's 3. So that 6 life differential is a huge obstacle to get over for a burn player.
Not to say that they can't try to get into it. I know that Caulin is running Light Up the Stage as well. He's running 4 of those. I believe he may have put Skewer the Critics in for more flavor. He's definitely running Lava Spike and the bolts, things like that, just to try to get out and try to, just even if the Phoenix dies, he still has plenty of ways and plenty of answers to be able to shoot it in and bolt. That's the whole point to it. Clumsiness coming in from Caulin. I think we'll give him a penalty for that one.
Yep, I'm going to go out there, penalize him personally. Now, so I actually once watched some players go at it. There was a Boros burn and a normal burn, and it was pretty funny to watch because literally you watch the Boros player play the Lightning Helix, and the MonoRed player responds with 2 Lightning Bolts, so they both basically just drop 3 life.
Was that a London mulligan we just saw?
I'm not sure.
I saw him draw 7 and put 1 at the bottom.
Possibility. I'm not up to speed with which mulligan we're enforcing right now. I didn't ask ahead of time, so that's on me. But I'm also not a judge or a coordinator in this particular event.
That's a fetch and a sack into a Swift Spear.
Lot of stuff to try to get some damage. So the danger with fetch and shock in this particular matchup is you're losing 3 life against somebody who's burning you.
And do you think that he went ahead and put in those Lightning Helixes? It would make plenty of sense for him to do it, especially to take that type of opening against someone that just tippled him in. Then, well, there it is, right back at you.
Yep. That's gonna be a fetch again.
And a shock. Be interesting if he does. What sort of hand does he have?
It looks like he is because he just ticked himself down 3.
Boom. There it is. Does he have a Helix?
I mean, if he does, he does. The danger here is what do you want to use the Helix on? Because he could swing in for a total of 5 damage on his opponent and get up 3 life. I think actually he's not. What is that?
What he dropped down there. So he swung in with the Swift Spear again. Untap, draw, and Caulin sitting on 1 land here. Does he have a drop? He does have a Skewer the Critics in hand with a Phoenix and the Pyromancer's Ascension again. Trying to sit low.
That is a faithless looting.
Yep.
So draw 2, discard 2. Gonna try to dump some Phoenixes off. I think he might have been searching for land though.
Maybe. Looks like he grabbed it. Yeah, he's gonna dump
There's
the Phoenix.
gonna be one Phoenix.
He got a lava spike out of that draw. Not too sure. I feel like he had to skewer the critics in hand. I feel like that would have been better just to swing with the Swift Spear and then hit him for 6 instead of doing that, dropping him down.
Well, I can almost guarantee he was looking for lands.
Yeah.
So if he got the land, it would have been fine.
Yeah, but it looks like he whiffed on it, unfortunately. So he's going to have to try to do something here to try to get back up onto the play. He is ahead, hits him with a pass, wants to be able to hit a blocker maybe, be able to hit a trade. Yep, there's another Swift Spear in play. Gonna burn him down for 2 and swing in. Like I said, once. So it looks like we're just now getting some information from the board of play out here. What did we find out, Teague?
That untapped card is the card that counters MonoRed burn. That is Core Firewalker.
Oh my goodness, protection from red.
Oh.
So now he's going to have to use his burn spells on the creatures. But that gives player protection from red, right? Whenever a player casts red spells, you may gain 1 life.
Yeah, so
Very
not
strong.
exactly. It has protection from red, which means it sits in the way of any red creature. And then, whenever they cast a red spell, you gain a life.
So he bolted the Swift Spear, tapping it here. He's going to trading out. Going to move to combat, gaining life, and he got ahead of the play here, unfortunately. And looks like Caulin's starting to fizzle out with the sideboard option. He's gonna have to get that thing bolted. He's gonna have to hold a bolt. Just sitting on 1 land is just holding him back terribly.
He just drew 2 lands. Unfortunately, drawing 2 lands, not the best.
No.
He's going to get the land out. The real problem here is that he just does not have a way to answer Core Firewalker.
Nope.
So here's the dick of it. Douche of it. I don't have a good word for this. I'm a sailor, everybody. I apologize. So
The short end of the stick.
there you go. That still kind of sounds dirty. Here's the problem. Red is the color that is the least equipped to deal with its own protection.
Mm-hmm.
Almost every other color has some way to deal with it. Here's the problem. Red has almost no way to go destroy without targeting thing.
And Boros Charm in a scoop.
Yep. Even Red's way of dealing just area damage to not target, it deals it in damage.
Mm-hmm.
And because protection can't be damaged by, can't be blocked by, can't be enchanted by, and can't be targeted by, Red basically is kind of left holding the bag against protection from Red.
And especially that life gain off of it. Once you cast a red spell, it is done. It's not instant, it's not sorcery, it is spell. So the moment anything red hits the board, you gain a life and you are ahead.
Yep. And like you said, every life is just further and further from victory for Caulin. So he's going to have to find a way around this.
It's very interesting because when we worked on his sideboard, we really didn't put too much into it. So he's probably going to look for that flame slash or going to have to do something because
he can't, unfortunately, use Flame Slash against Core Firewalker.
There's just nothing there that he has.
He does have an answer. That answer is Blood Moon.
Mm-hmm.
If he can get a Blood Moon out before Core Firewalker hits the field, then Core Firewalker no longer becomes a problem.
Yeah, he's going to have to be able to tempo off into that thing to be able to get it down because otherwise he's just going to run away with game 3.
You happen to know if he has any Simian Spirit Guides in his deck?
Unfortunately, he does not.
So that is going to be a problem. He is going to be on the play, and he could potentially get to 3 mana ahead of Roge here. But if all Roge needs to do is get to 2 mana to get Firewalker out, Blood Moon's got to get out on turn 3. If Blood Moon comes out on turn 3 before Firewalker hits, Firewalker's not hitting. All of Roge's white sources are dual lands. You don't see any plains, did you?
Nope.
So, ultimately, Roge is going to be completely dependent on trying to get Firewalker out before Blood Moon hits.
It definitely would make no sense to play a 1 of planes inside of here. even so, it wouldn't work out. He's gonna have to get that Blood Moon out very quickly. So we're sitting in turn 2. He's gonna tap out, and there she is. Another Swift Spear. He's gonna pass the turn. Do apologize about the score count. It looks like they were able to fix that quickly. Yep, there's a dart, swing, some damage. Solid coming out, solid 2 damage, and
Actually, no, it's gonna be 4 damage.
Oh yeah, it was 4
because
damage.
those are 2 Swift Spears.
Yep.
A lot of damage.
So he definitely took a solid choice by taking and sacking a lot of life in game 2. Doing it again here to try to get the mana fix. And
Honestly, that's 2 sources of white, unless I'm mistaken. If that's a core Firewalker, this game's gonna get rough.
It's gonna be very, very rough and very hard for him to be able to deal with, especially being low to the ground. Fortunately, he just does not have an answer for it.
And
It is.
yeah, I think that's him.
So now he's just going to start chump blocking for days unless he can build his board state up. He is running 4 of those Swift Spears, but he's just going to have to get ahead. He's going to start chump blocking them down one by one by one.
Well, any instant or sorcery coming out at this point makes those Swift Spears impossible to block, right? So, yep, there's the Lava Dart. He's going to up and down a life. Or not. Use, but whatever. Then he's going to swing.
Hit him for a trade. I mean, that was solid damage coming out. Brought him down to 6. He is within kill range if he can hold on to a couple of sources of damage in hand.
I'm not sure what spells did he just play?
Lava Spikes.
Lava Spikes. Yeah, 2 damage per. Yep, so there's going to be some damage coming out. Kill one of them. And now this is going to come down to, well, you say kill range, but unfortunately...
Yep, there's a life game.
Yep. Because that's the other thing, right? He will gain life from his own red spells.
Mm-hmm.
This is what makes the Boros burn so dangerous. It's because once you have core Firewalker out, Lightning Bolt goes 3 damage and I gain a life. Lightning Helix is 3 damage, I gain 4 life.
And he bolted the other Swift Spear. Unfortunately, that looks like it's going to be it. He gained another life off of that. Swinging in for 2, gonna bring him down to 15. And yeah, he's just not gonna have an answer for this core Firewalker. It's unfortunate.
That's a Swift Spear.
Bolt to the face.
Only going to be 2 damage, and then another 2 damage. It's going to get Roge down to 4.
Whew.
It's a touch and go game here.
It's definitely, if he can play it right. Unfortunately, he's down to 1 card in hand. I'm not too sure. Even all he needs to do, bam, there it is. He's going to gain a life off of it. Go back to 5. Now he's outside of kill range. He has plenty of stuff that he can do. He's going to swing in with 2. Oh.
Worse, actually.
Yep. Rest the board state, light up the stage. Going to exile 2 off of the top. They can be played until you're the end of your next turn.
Unfortunately, I don't think he can play them because he's out of mana.
He is out of mana, but that did bring him back up to 6. And I just don't think that even with 1 card in hand and no board state, he's just not going to have the damage that he's going to need to be able to do it. So maybe even retaining cards in hand is not a good idea because he's not going to be able to do much. He does can play a red spell to life.
That is a Metamorphose.
Mm-hmm.
Gaining 2 mana and drawing a card. Ooh. Ooh, I just saw him do the thing. Let's take a look at the cam here. Ooh, you can see the sweat on his brow.
Oh, yeah. Playing very considered, very well. Looks like he whiffed there a little bit. An Arc-like Phoenix sitting on 2 land, this hurts a bit. And hopefully, if he was hoping to get an Arc-like Phoenix from that draw, I'm sure with that 2 mana that he had floating off the Metamorphose. There's a Bolt. In a life. And
That's lethal.
that's lethal.
Oh, hold up. Yeah, nope.
There it
he's
is.
done.
GG across the board. Very well played for Caulin for what he had. Unfortunately, we didn't sideboard in for the core Firewalker.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think there's much he can sideboard in. Like I said, the only real option there And going into game 3, this is going to be really hard. But Roge played it right. He dropped the turn 2 Core Walker. That is what he needed. If not for the turn 2 Core Walker, Caulin could have dropped the turn 3 Blood Moon and it would have been over. No questions asked. He was faster on the burn than Roge. Roge couldn't have depended on any kind of life trading with Helix or any of that. Core Firewalker would not have been a thing, and it would have probably gone to Caulin pretty quick.
Yep.
But no, I mean, did we even count how much life Roge gained off Core Firewalker?
Unfortunately, we weren't keeping up with that count, but you know he was definitely ebb and flow off of it. The moment that thing hit the board, it was done.
I'm relatively sure he gained probably around 8 life by itself from Core Firewalker.
And you know that would have been lethal more times over if he didn't have it. But you know, good on him for being able to know the matchup and know the meta, what was going on, and game plan for it very well.
Tarkis, yes, this is in fact live. And I do agree, right? Dismember is the answer in that particular thing. Are you familiar with Dismember?
Yeah, Phyrexian life, -5, -5.
Yep. I mean, it's painful. It really is painful. But with nothing else, it becomes a 1-drop pay 4 life to tear something apart.
Yep, but that'll do it for this round. This is Raymond Miller.
And this is Our Take. Stay with us, and we'll be right back for the 4th and final round of the Swiss. And then I think we'll be moving on to top 4 after that. So stay with us, and we will be right back. And your long-awaited return back here at Nexus Esports. We're on the fourth and final round of the Swiss here at the Playset series. We have the return of Jacob Cox on center stage, along with Jeremy Schultz playing a elf deck. I don't think it's mono green because I'm pretty sure he runs Shaman of the Pack, which is a green-black elf, which is why I just called it Elves. We're seeing another tribal v tribal, so hey, we might actually get to see a matchup. That is yet another fun matchup to see. Just two armies going at it the old Magic style way.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. If Schultz is running a lot of lording effects, or what is he trying to do here?
He runs a lot of lord effects, but really he tries to go wide. Super wide for the Shaman of the Pack to come in and be like, oh look, you take 1 damage per elf, and I have like 12 elves.
Nice. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You're going to see the roll to go first. Shake 'em up, shake 'em. Okay.
I think one of the big things we're going to have to see here, with a elf deck, a green elf deck, you would see a lot of enchantment and artifact hate normally. But if I remember right, the only thing he has is Reclamation Sage.
Yeah,
so
green definitely does run that naturally with just about anything that you play with green. Much how red just has a natural artifact hate as well. So it should be fairly straightforward as to what they're going to do. Maybe looking to pop that Aether Vial whenever it hits. Let's see if we can see Mutavault being a little bit more effective this round. Just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's all going to come down to whether or not Jacob can keep his enchantments on the field.
Right. And Jacob faced a Boggles deck earlier, which was really unfortunate. Whenever Boggles was sitting there talking to him about it, he said he was pretty much ahead of the Boggles player until Boggles got first strike and just started count blocking him for days whenever he tried to swing in.
Wait, do I have Jacob Cox's record wrong then?
Could. I believe he's 1-2 actually.
Let me fix that then. Let me take care of that there. Sorry about that, Tarkus.
There we go. The minor hiccup there. We got it updated, and well, looks like we're gonna get into the opening hand here very soon. But yeah, it should be a fairly standard game, hopefully, and mulligans, I didn't think.
Turn 1 elf. Pretty sure that's a Land of War. Actually, is that a Land of War?
It's a very old art. If it is, I don't recognize that one.
There is another elf that elves can run that taps for black, and the first time I saw it, I was like, what? Really? That's a thing? But no, I'm pretty sure it's a Land of War.
Yeah.
Tarkus, where are you coming from tonight? Since you've decided to answer up in our chat, where are you from? I believe that is a Aether Vial over there on the side.
Unlikely.
Toronto. How did you find us all the way from Toronto?
Hey, welcome in from Toronto. Solid pass. Oh.
The Elves, that is, I think, an Archdruid.
It is an Archdruid. Hit him for 2.
Well, Tarkus, as we were talking about earlier on the show, we are coming to you live from Nexus Esports, located on the corner of 6th and Columbus in historic downtown Waco, Texas.
It's a wonderful place to be. It's a wonderful venue that we have here. Big spacious venue, right downtown. One of the safest places that we like to boast about. We're right by the courthouse, the sheriff department, and the fire department are literally 2 blocks away. It's a wonderful spot, not too far down from the food court as well, and all the attractions that bring you to Waco in the beginning.
Oh yeah, very far away from Toronto, but you know the power of the internet. We're right next to you. Literally, I'm right behind you.
Don't worry about that. That's just Teague in the back making him a sandwich in your kitchen.
Oh yeah, I like sandwiches. So, I'm not sure what elf that or what Merfolk that is. I think he's bouncing. Yep, he's going to bounce. He's going to bounce on Mana Dork, try to slow him down.
Fixture.
I'm pretty sure that that's an Arch Druid though. And if that's an Arch Druid, that changes a lot of things. I mean, you didn't really miss anything. We're better than the Mythic Championship replay right here at Nexus Esports because we have something we like to call character.
We have flavor, as you will. Southern flavor.
Yep. Also, I don't know if you're a fan of the military, but me and Ray represent right here.
Yeah.
Representing the finer branches of the military.
One of the things that we just love here. Definitely interesting board state that's happening here. Jacob definitely he needs to come in a lot faster than what he's doing. He has Aether Vial. Looks like it's set up.
He's not really doing anything with it, though, and that's the problem.
That is the problem. You don't think you missed a trigger, do you? No, because...
I think he's starting off with a slow hand. He knows that Elves are going to go wide. So here's the problem, right? The Elves are going to go wide. And they're going to kind of pump up. Like the Elvish Clan Caller, Elvish Archer, these things are going to pump the board.
That looks like a Heritage Druid, maybe?
Earth.
Ooh.
That was a lot of elf, and that's a we're trying to remember the name of it. That's the Sentinel.
Yeah.
Oh no, not like this. He has the elf out that lets him tap down elves.
Mm-hmm. The Heritage Druid.
Oh.
And Sentinel, I believe, does not untap unless you play another elf.
Oh no, another green spell.
Oh yeah, another green spell. You're all right.
But he played. What was that he just played?
So he tapped down for the mana to cast that spell, and because the spell was green, he untapped Sentinel. Here comes the Aether Vial coming in the turn. Oh. Guess we're all squinting to see what that is.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, this lamp is not doing wonders for our ability to see these cards. Can't really figure out how to adjust it to get the light to stop glaring.
It's the only thing we have to do is try to raise it next time, but we do apologize about the glare. There's some friendly discussion going on at the table.
I like friendly discussion. Friendly discussion is so much better than unfriendly discussion.
I would agree. Oh, long float for it.
That is a Master of the Pearl Trident. I think I remember Rampaging Ferocidon. I'll pull that out real fast for reference.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I remember this card.
That looks nasty. Minutes players can't gain life.
Oh yeah, no. This is the card. This is a potential counter to the core firework, ironically, that we had just had up, because then they can't gain life from you playing red spells. And whenever another creature enters the battlefield, he deals 1 damage to that creature's controller. So you putting out creatures to try to do stuff means you're taking damage, and he stifles that core firewalker. So now, Rampaging Ferocidon is a fantastic sideboard option for any red deck.
That is definitely interesting, and for 3, a 3/3 for 3, that's
3 minutes for 3.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Whew.
Yes, it also shuts off Helix. Unless they Helix it. Like they can Helix it.
They see it die.
Well, hold on. No, it has to fully resolve, so it's 3 damage and gain 3 life. The creature dies after it resolves. So no, yeah, it would stop Helix. They'd have to spin Helix. They'd have to burn it in some way before they tried to Helix. But yeah.
I mean, it's still boltable and then Helix, but yeah.
Yeah. Still, you have to bolt the creature.
Oh, tapping 3 down 3. Another Arch Druid hitting the board. Lord after Lord after Lord. So what do you think about the tribal matchups that we've seen so far today? It's been fairly consistent with the players.
I like tribal matchups. Because when I first started playing Magic, how it got introduced to me was you pick a tribe, I pick a tribe, we make armies. Like the first story I ever got told about Magic was back in 2001, and it was an old, what it was now a legacy, but back then it was just a deck, an elf deck versus a zombie deck, and the way it ran was both decks had a combo that just threw out a copious amount of elves or zombies, depending on the decks, and it was a particular story I got told where everybody went all in. Oh, here comes Coco. But it was an all-in kind of thing, and it just exploded all over the board. And in my that was I'm trying to remember the name of that name card is. I don't know, Shitty Poo. Like his board state's not really helping him out right now. Elves are going super wide. I think I am familiar with the format of the tower. It's I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So I apologize if I am, but I think it's similar to the when you build a block or a cube is what it's called. Basically, it's like a box you draft from. You know how DC deck building.
Yes.
It actually plays real similar to that.
Oh, okay. So.
And I could be wrong as far as what Tarkis is talking about, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong, Turkeys. I can be wrong. Trust me, I have made more mistakes than any man, woman, or child. No, maybe not child. Should make lots of mistakes. So, there's a lot of elf coming through right now.
A lot of elf coming through.
Because I'm pretty sure that it's at least 2 elvish archers, and I think he has a clan caller on the field.
Looks like one is at ETBing, but definitely interesting here. That's bringing Jacob down to 7. That's a lot of damage coming through. He may have lethal next turn if Jacob's not able to get a board state. Going to tap Aether Vial for instant speed.
Tarky's left us a little link there. I'll take a look at it here in a second. But yep, so another Merfolk, another Lord. More power coming through here. But the real problem is, can he get through? Jacob runs enchantments that turn lands into islands and allow his island walking merfolk to walk right through his opponent. But if he can't get that damage in, he is not going to win this.
So it looks like he's gonna swing in pretty harshly here. Gonna get some damage through, but if he's not careful, if he overextends, oh.
He's scooping?
Yeah. Not too sure who got the scoop on that one. I'm not too sure Jacob had lethal on him.
I'm actually going to get reference.
Okay. Board state was kind of messy there, so it's kind of hard to see what was going on. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check out that link here in a little bit after that to try to reference the tower. I myself have only been playing Magic for about 10 months, but I had a lot of fun getting broken into it. Whenever I realized that Magic was chess and not checkers is what definitely sent me over the curb for it. And of course, I had a lot of great tutorship here at Nexus, which is probably the biggest part about it, is going into the community aspect, which keeps us coming back. And we're about to get an update from the table side.
So it was hard to see, but Cox did in fact get a enchantment out that turned one of those forests into an island.
Also, he couldn't block.
Yep, so all those merfolk had island walk, and it was exactly 14 damage.
Yeah, wow. As I was commenting, it was a messy board state, so it's kind of hard to keep up with what was actually happening as to what was going on. For a moment there, I thought for some reason things were being exiled. It was quite odd.
Yeah, no, like basically, if Cox hadn't got out the Lord at the end of his opponent's turn right there, it would not have worked. Or if Jeremy had a way to gain literally a single life. But it basically just came down to, it just kind of came down to that one play. I mean, Cox had the play, Schultz didn't. There's it's how it works, you know?
It is how it works.
So, sideboard options here. I actually saw in in Jeremy's sideboard a little bit. I know he has things like Dampening Sphere, and I saw a Phyrexian Revoker. These things aren't going to help him.
No, definitely not. Can you name Aethervial with Phyrexian Revoker?
You can, but I don't. Well, it was kind of the play there. I don't know if it's enough to help. Right? Like, what really killed Jeremy was the fact that the things had Island Walk. He could have blocked a single creature.
Oh. Woo.
Thank you, Jeremy. Though I didn't get to see it all. I know I saw at least one, maybe two Reclamation Sages.
I saw two.
That changes a lot.
Ooh, that thing ETBs, he's definitely going to be sitting back on that one in his hand.
Yeah, sure, 1 second.
Phyrexian Revoker is Pithing Needle on a creature. It is an artifact creature. I think it has 3 on the butt. So it is boltable. But at the same time, it shuts down the activation. So as Phyrexian Revoker enters the battlefield, name a non-land card. Activated abilities of the source with the chosen name can be activated.
Yep, and it is a 2/1, so it is extremely killable.
Yeah, it's extremely boltable. But at the same time, I remember, I believe Milton played that in our matchup when I was playing my A-Rack against him, and he named Liliana. And thankfully, he swung in with the Phyrexian Revoker, and I remember chump blocking it with my Mutavolt. So you got to play tentatively around it. You don't want to swing. It's not there to really give aggro. It's there for its ability. Of course, I prefer Pithing Needle, but at the same time, it's still a very solid card to play in the format.
There's a couple of times when you want to use the Phyrexian Revoker over the Pithing Needle. For one thing, while you don't typically want to swing with it, in the right setup in your deck, you basically can control the board state enough to lock down their creatures and allow your 2/1 to safely swing. So that was actually what I was going to get at with the other part of Phyrexian Revoker. So the other part of Phyrexian Revoker is the fact that it is a creature. Now, why does that matter? For one thing, as a creature, there's a lot of things that allow you to recur creatures or cheat creatures into play that aren't going to work on the artifact aspect. The most recent example I can come to mind is the new Tezzeret that came out in War of the Spark, Tezzeret Master of the Bridge.
Yep.
And one of the things about him is he gives affinity to all your planeswalkers and creature spells. Well, if you have 2 other artifacts in play, Phyrexian Revoker is a free Pithing Needle. Spyglass isn't. Pithing Needle's not. But Phyrexian Revoker becomes a free Pithing Needle. That's tutorable as an artifact.
That is disgusting.
So yeah, no. There are times when because it's a creature, it's better. Other examples are anything that just buff creatures. Yeah, also, you're right. You can violin Revoker if that's what you're going to run with Aethervial. You're right, 100%. Think about it another way. You can stick him into a colorless aggro deck, basically, that would use like Steel Overseer, and you can buff him.
Oh, that'd be quite nasty. That would be disgusting, actually.
He runs really well with Scrapyard Trawler, because if Scrapyard Trawler dies, you can just go get your Phyrexian Revoker.
Turn 2, Abrupt Decay.
Now you're seeing that black mana come into play there.
Yeah.
What did he blow up an Aethervial?
Yep.
Fantastically done.
It was a good answer to be able to bring it in. So that was a good sideboard option to be able to run in anything. Of course, personally, I prefer Assassin's Trophy over Abrupt Decay, but at the same time, Abrupt Decay is still going to be able to hit those priority targets, if you will.
And give them nothing.
Yeah, and give them nothing.
It's a tempo play, but it's a tempo play that works. It's an older code, so it checks out.
Yep.
Now, talking about it, Black-Green has such a powerful hate package right now with Assassin's Trophy, Maelstrom Pulse, Abrupt Decay, and I could just go on, Putrefy, so many good hate cards, and that just gets into the dual color. You also have, things like Beast Within and such as that, just ways to hate permanents out of existence.
So this is going to be very good because he's going to be able to Abrupt Decay or Reclamation Sage those enchantments that he's going to try to put onto him to make his Merfolk unblockable, effectively taking away Island Walk, so that way he can try to block and try to gain ground against them. So here it comes. That now taps for blue. I do believe that Reclamation Sage is a CMC of 3.
Hold on, why is that land over there?
I'll
go check.
Yeah, we definitely need to tidy up our board states. Oh yeah, casualties of war. It's it's a big problem on a stick. Of course, being able to cast something like that in modern is quite hard. It's more of a commander style deck, or maybe even a kitchen table magic, but it's definitely an answer. So we're about to get an answer for the reason why the land is off to the side there.
So basically, what he's done to try to reduce the number of like stuff on his board is he's using the enchantment as a placeholder for his normal land.
Mm. So we see the Archdruid out loading up. See what the next play would be.
That's not an Archdruid. That can't be an Archdruid. Archdruid's a 3-mana card.
It is.
Yeah. Maybe it is. What the hell?
So he just drew 3, 4, 5 cards. Oh wait, he Coco'd. What is that?
Who knew?
One on the board, one in his hand. Of course, I believe that's an Elvish Mystic that he went ahead and pulled out and put into the ETB. But that's interesting. Another form of Coco. Can you think of anything that it might be?
None that comes to mind, I'm afraid. I'm really confused, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is where the camera angle doesn't really do us a good service here.
Definitely pull him aside after the game to kind of see what he's running there and to see if that was a sideboard option because we didn't see that in the first game. We saw Coco, but not that.
I believe that's a Dreamcatcher coming out.
Mm-hmm. So Jacob's definitely on the back foot as far as board state goes. He's about to be punished here very severely.
I believe that's an Unclaimed Territory coming out.
Mm.
I mean, we know what's in Jeremy's hand. I would go ahead and throw out the Reclamation Sage, hit the enchantment, just keep Jacob from getting a state where he can rely on that island walk. So, yeah, I think it's a Heritage Druid that's out there. Going to tap 3. Here's the Sage. Blowing that up. He's going to now put that land back.
Yeah.
That's what he was doing.
It was a useless land, so he wouldn't be tempted to tap.
Also, I see what he did. So the Elves actually swung in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There is a Lord of Atlantis. Going to throw out another enchantment, turning an island or land into an island.
Want to see what a card does here.
I'm swinging for, I think it's 4. Those are dream catchers, I do believe, and those dream catchers are 1/1s, buffed 1/1 by the Lord of Atlantis.
So he's going to take it on the chin for that one. Definitely not going to give up the Lord or that Reclamation
Well, he
save.
can't even because
Oh, yeah, the Island Walk.
But we already know what's in Jeremy's hand.
Mm-hmm.
He already knows he can't be dealing with this.
Oh, there's the Revoker.
Fortunately, not really something that will help him in this one. The first Aether Vial already dealt with. What's the second Aether Vial going to do?
Not much, but it still gives him another body. Oh, there's a Coco.
That's an Archdruid over there. I know. He's doing it for ridiculous amount.
But he's going to get to the ETB of the Archdruid.
That's a Shaman of the Pact. I think.
You want to go ahead and bring up Shaman for a...
I will. I don't know if that's actually Shaman of the Pact now, though. They're scooping it up, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that Jeremy won that one. I'm going to bring up Shaman of the Pact real fast.
Here it is, Shaman of the Pack. When Shaman of the Pack ETBs, target opponent loses life equal to the number of elves you control. Oof.
So that was a good, what, 7-8 damage coming out there, right there. And then just swinging with elves, 2 archers at the very least were on the battlefield. Those elves are minimum 3/3s. So, with 1 creature to block, there's just nothing.
Yeah.
So, comes down to game 3. Votes? Votes?
See who's going to take it this time. This is tribal at its best. It's a bit back and forth. We don't think, like I said, Jacob doesn't have too many answers to come in for it.
This is going to be the last round of the Swiss. After this, we get a top 4, and then, of course, a top 2. So it's going to be 4 players facing off for the final 2 seats, and then there's going to obviously be the final semifinal and final round after this.
Yeah, and we're playing. This is our playset series, so the players here are playing for a playset of Noble Hierarchs. In case you don't know what a Noble Hierarch is, it's one of the staple pieces in Modern. It's a 1-drop green, mana fixes for Bants, and it's wonderful.
Don't forget Exalted. That Exalted is super important.
Exalted is stupid important. I once lost to an Exalted Birds. Birds of Paradise.
Not a promo, just the normal Noble Hierarchs. I think they're the set that we're up for grabs are the Ultimate Masters version, but not a promo version.
Yeah.
But this is an entire playset. So these being between $40 and $50, that means the grand prize is a $160 to $200 prize, depending on how you look at it. And
this is going to be a once-a-month series that we'll be bringing to you. We'll be doing other playsets of the same format, all of it in Modern. We'll also be doing things like Dark Confidants. We'll be playing for playsets of Aether Vials. We'll be playing for even Jason Mind Sculptors at one point, Lilianas of the Veils, Caulin Liberated. These are going to be the stable pieces in Modern that we just want to be able to flood the community with these powerful cards, so that way we can see more players be able to get these type of cards in their hands.
It wasn't an invitational. Basically, it's anyone was able to sign up. It was a $20 entry fee, and anyone and everyone who could get down here to play could play.
We also host a Modern 1K once a month as well. We had a very good 30-man turnout for that. Very, very high competitive decks, and it's just very fun to be able to see these players go at it. People who know each other very well, who are staples in our community, and some out-of-towners as well. And
once again, the 1K was also not an invitational, completely open.
Correct.
It was a $30 buy-in. The caliber of players that we saw for the 1K was somewhat startling, to be honest.
Yeah.
Top tier decks galore, as well as counter meta. It was an amazing turnout.
Yeah.
Like no other way to put it. Amazing turnout. So we're gonna look to see the first bit of damage getting done here this game, with the Lord of Atlantis coming out, giving the Island Walk. We saw the not the Seas Claim, but Sweeping Seas, turning a land into an island. So.
Got a Windswept Heath I see him throw down there.
I believe so.
I don't think he's worried too much about mana fixing right now.
I think he's more deck thinning.
Yeah, more deck thinning, excuse me. Depending on what he has in hand.
The real danger here is so long as those creatures are not blockable, the elves can only do so much.
But he does have a dork on the field, so it's not too bad.
Wish I knew what that 3-drop was, because that's the second time he's dropped that 3-drop. Tarkis, are you asking what deck thinning is, or?
Yeah. Essentially, what deck thinning is you'll play fetch lands inside of your deck to to go fetch out a shock land, shock it into play,
Or any land.
or any land in particular that you're looking for. And so like something that will say like a polluted delta, say get a swamp or an island, and so that way he can go out, not only get rid of get rid of 2 extra cards that are within his library currently.
Ah, he's just lolling. See, that's why I asked. I figured he's just lolling.
Figured, but still. For those of you that don't know, deck thinning, I'll be honest, whenever I first entered Magic, I had to be convinced that deck thinning was good.
Yeah. So, Daddy East, we're actually running a little light this night. We're only running, 10 players?
Yeah, 10 players for this one.
So it's been a hell of a Swiss coming out, and then obviously 40% of those players are going to make it into the top 4. We hope for future playsets to see a more significant turnout. We think part of it could have been the fact that last week was the 1K, so possibly people were burnt out.
Not to mention the Mythic that I believe is going to be happening on Saturday as well.
Yeah, so a lot of people who are out of town going to the bigger places to play the bigger games.
Yeah, there is we are located in downtown Waco, Texas, and there is a Mythic that is happening in Dallas tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. But yes, hopefully with the next playset series, we can offer a equally enticing prize, and we can see some serious decks go off. Not that tonight has not been serious. This has actually been really fun to watch Tribal make a mainstay play. We've seen humans, Merfolk, Elves, and Slivers.
Yeah, that Slivers deck is nasty.
We saw 2 burn decks, and we also saw, man, what was that? Oh, Mardu Pyromancer, I believe is what it was called.
Mardu Pyromancer, and as well as the Prism deck.
Oh, yeah. So, a lot of really good decks here. And, wow, what a swing going into Jeremy there.
Bringing them down to 3.
That we saw in game 2, I believe. Milton was running a Sliver deck, and it took by force. Milton ended up going 2-1 going into round 4, so I'm not really sure where he is right now. Right. But the Sliver deck ran beautifully.
He actually played it against Jacob Cox and his Merfolk deck here, and that new Cloud
Shredder Sliver.
That Cloud Shredder Sliver did work as well as Harmonic Sliver.
Yep, Harmonic Sliver definitely opened my eyes. So I'm seeing at least 2 clan callers here right now. That's a lot of elf.
A lot of elf in your face. He's going to be swinging really wide here. Counting up his damage.
I mean, unfortunate thing is if Jeremy Schultz pass goes, the game ends.
Yeah.
So there's not much else you can do. It's swing, go for bust at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of the same similar situation that Jacob was in last set. Or the set before, whenever he was playing against that Slivers deck. Just got to go in, go all out, and hopefully, just hope for the best.
Hold on. That is a Shaman of the Pack. That is a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, he may have lethal.
Each of those elves, aside from the clan callers, and actually, I can't remember if clan caller. Give me a sec for a look at clan caller.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, clan caller doesn't give itself the +1/+1, but yeah, every other elf was at least 3/3. The clan callers were a 2/2. Taking all that damage off the top was huge, and then just coming through. Oh, Shaman of the Pack does so much work.
Oh man, that thing was so nasty to see it come out. Good on him for being able to either play, count the damage up, and just be patient, sit back.
So I think Jeremy's gonna walk away from this 3-1. That might put him firmly in the top 4.
Yep. Yeah. Seen a lot of interesting decks, a lot of interesting plays. Jacob Fox played very well. Did what Merfolk does, and unfortunately, Jeremy did sideboard in. You see in the reclamation stages, you see in the abrupt decays, the answers for the Aether Vial that did a lot of work to him, and just being able to take the win.
A very good showing by Jeremy Schultz, and
yeah.
Good play by Jacob Cox. This will conclude the initial 4 rounds of the Swiss. When we come back, we will be back in the semifinals of tonight's
Playset series.
So stay with us, and we will be with you shortly. And we are back for the semifinals.
Hey, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We have Jacob, keeper of the gates, and Jeremy Schultz. Jacob is running his Boggles deck, and Jeremy Schultz.
Of course, he's running his black-green elves.
By
the way, I want to explain something. Jacob's last name isn't keeper of the gates. It's a Finnish phrase, which actually means keeper of the gates. It's like Vandevegaetes.
I think you destroyed the meme by explaining that.
I don't care. People need to know these important details. So Jacob was one of the 2 top seats here at our Playset series. He actually went ahead and drew out with the other top seat, Andrew Anderson, who is a regular up here. We have seen him play Grixis Death Shadow. He is the one running a different 3-color deck tonight, and hopefully we get to see him in the showdown at the end. Excuse me. Whew.
Yeah, Jacob was also here last week for our 1K, and he played his Ponza deck, which is a land destruction deck, trying to cheat out things like Infernal Titan and the money bags is what he likes to call it.
So you already see coming out the traction run.
Not a Boggles. That's a
Scout. Can't remember the Scout's name.
Blade Scout.
Blade Scout. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, so there she is. It's basically another kind of Boggle, another 1-drop, 1/1 hexproof. He enchanted it with Spirit Mantle, which gives it +1/+1 and protection from creatures. And now it's just going to swing through.
Now she's just going to swing through. Now the only thing that I can really think of is if she can possibly. Now he does have the answer in the sideboard with your Replicates and the Reclamation Sages. Does he have enough in the sideboard to be able to do it for game 2? But the biggest thing is Jeremy's gonna swing wide while Jacob is just gonna try to tempo out and try to get all the things: the Daybreak Coronet, the Ethereal Armor, the Hyena Umbra. He's gonna get all the things to try to get this thing big and fast and swing at your face.
Yep. Jeremy doesn't have a way to deal with the hexproof itself. He does have ways to deal with the enchantments. And if he basically just disenchants this creature enough, eventually it's so small that he just deals with it.
Yeah, it's not even too much of a problem to where I think Jeremy just tries to build up his board state. Just takes whatever is thrown at him at this point and just try to swing around the Boggle.
Yep. The thing I don't like is that you just saw Jacob play a path at sorcery speed. Well, not at sorcery speed. It was actually at instant speed, but on his turn to exile a creature that he didn't even have to really be worried about.
Essentially,
this gave Jeremy another source of mana coming up on the next turn.
That is a problem. Of course, the choice of placement for that would be at the end of Jeremy's turn to be able to get the best playoff value.
Actually, even the beginning would be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on what was on the board, Arbor Elf would have been the danger there, but who cares?
Yeah, I think I probably would have rather have saved the path maybe for a Heritage Druid or maybe a Lord or something like that to keep the ramp in the...
I'm actually not sure what was on the play there. Once again, that glare is just killing us. But yeah, this Boggle's not getting big fast. It's just a 2/2 protection from creatures hexproof.
We did see him float 1, and that's a...
Hyena Umbra.
Hyena Umbra. Now it has totem armor. He's going to swing.
And it's a 3/3.
Yep.
Here's the problem. Jacob's deck has ways to regain life. Jeremy's does not. Yeah. Jeremy has ways to swing wide and hard and do direct damage.
But that's the thing. He does need that Daybreak Coronet to be able to come out and to start getting ahead. Because if he is ahead now in the board state. But Jeremy can very well overwhelm him and swarm him and swing very wide. And like I said, just swing around the Boggle.
There is an Elvish Clan Caller, and that is a lot. Yeah, that's like 10 damage.
So path comes out. Oh, there we go.
That answers that. Be 5 damage.
Solid path there. He is going to go fetch a land for that.
Actually, a little bit more than 5. My bad. Forgot that I don't think there's 1/1s. There's 2/2s.
Yeah. Still solid damage coming out, but it was a smart path at the time at combat stage.
I mean, that would have been an extra 5 damage on top of 7. So
yeah, very much so. Looks like he put the Spider.
That was either Spider or that was Rancor.
Could be Rancor.
Yeah, that was Rancor.
Yep, 1-drop Rancor.
So here we got to be worried, like, what does Jeremy do? He doesn't have the life to survive any more pumping of this creature.
You are correct, but again, I think he's going to be searching for his sideboard for game 2 here to be able to deal with the answers for. I think he's just going to have to take the L. He's not going to be able to block. He's not going to be able to do much. Ethereal Armor did a lot for him on that turn. The Coco.
He's got to hit major value here. So that is a Clan Caller, and I'm not sure what the other card is. But I don't know how much power that is coming through. If that was double Lords, I think that would be game.
Oof. Put him to 1.
But basically it comes down to, can Jacob pump his creature with 1 power? I don't think he can.
On the way, up, scoop
Oh!
Up. Oh, come back.
Oh, wow.
That was so close. That was right there on the brink for both players.
That is good magic.
That is good magic. That's how magic should be, and that's how it's supposed to be. Jacob being aggressive, Jeremy sitting back on the back hill, being patient, trusting his deck to be able to come through and provide the damage that he needs. And there it was. Jacob could not bring up a pump for the next turn. That's the way top decking works.
Yep.
If he would have had a Daybreak Coronet, anything after Ethereal Armor, if he would have had a Daybreak after Ethereal Armor, Jacob would have won.
If he just had another Spirit Mantle, that would have been enough. Because that would have been lethal.
Yeah. Very good magic plays coming out. Yeah, you're definitely going to see those Abrupt Decays and the sideboarding coming from Jeremy now. Jacob, I'm not too sure what he would probably bring in. He's not worried about the Rest in Peace for the sideboard. I don't think he's worried about Leyline of Sanctity. That's just not going to help him out. I'm not too sure what he would bring in. Maybe a Ruined Halo, expecting the sideboard.
Counter sideboard is an option. The other thing, depending on how his main board is set up, he may not have all 4 Daybreak Coronets in his deck. And he may have brought more in from his sideboard. Is that a high possibility? I doubt it.
I very, very doubt it, but it's still a possibility. The only thing I can really, really think he would get high value out of would be the Ruined Halo, to be able to anticipate the enchantment hate, to name the card so it can't be played.
There is one other thing, and it's kind of a weird sideboard here in this particular case, but Gallic Teague could be the play.
Oh yeah,
because the one card that Jeremy has that would be affected is the one card that Jacob needs to stop.
And I know that Boggles deck very well. He should be running that in the sideboard.
Yeah, so it really will come down to whether the Keeper of the Gates here can in fact stop Coco from coming out.
I don't think he's too worried about Coco. I'd be more concerned.
Coco's what lost him the game.
It is. That is fair, but at the same time, I'd still be just as concerned of the enchantment hate that's going to come out. You have to expect it with green. You see green out there, and you see black. You know hate is going to be on the menu.
If he's been watching his opponent at all this game, then he should expect that there is a fair amount of both enchantment and permanent hate coming out of this deck.
Yep.
We've seen it at least twice now, right? And we should expect to see it again.
So it looks like Jacob is going to be mulliganing. Probably didn't have a Boggles in hand. It's one of the things about the Boggles deck. I personally played against somebody who mulliganed down to 3 and still pulled away with a win in a Boggles deck, just from top decking the answers. Just getting fast push, fast paced out. I think he had 2 mana and a Boggle, and that was it. And everything that he top decked was an enchantment to make it bigger. Hit me in the face.
I mean, ultimately, Boggles is one of the most efficient and consistent decks in the meta. Here is a Voltron creature that you just can't deal with.
Exactly. There's definitely a reason why it top 8's all over the place, consistently at small and big events. Boggles in Modern, I mean, one of those cornerstone decks that you just have to expect to run up against and see.
And it kind of cuts to the core of what Magic was built around. Creatures were supposed to be the most consistent source of damage, but also the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
Right? A special rule was written just for creature not in its actual iteration, the whole summoning sickness mechanic was made because they knew that if you could put a creature out and swing with it, a thing out that just consistently dealt damage and immediately go at it, it would be way too powerful. So they had to limit that and make it so that your opponent had a chance to respond.
Yeah.
Right? And now creatures are the most abused permanents in the game, both positively and negatively. They're the most targeted, the easiest to destroy, but they're also the most versatile, the most utilitable?
Very, very, utility on creatures has been a consistent change. You see it in Slivers. You see it in everything else. It doesn't matter what's happening.
5-color humans is the best example.
Red is what you're talking about as well. I mean, red has started to get forms of control as well. There's just so many different creature options out there that you can put into a deck and still be viable and still be strong. But at the end of the day, it's when I first started getting into Magic, it's just what you told me and what we spoke outside last night at length was you have to choose what you're going to lose against.
Yep. And as a wise Magic player once told me, if it dies to Doomblade, it's bad. that's no.
Doomblade is Doomblade, okay? You can't be too upset about Doomblade. All right, so here comes a Boggle, and is that an ethereal?
It is an ethereal armor.
Yep, swinging him at him with 2/2 to the face. He does have an Elvish Mystic on the field. No, it's just a mana dork, but turn 2, he's going to have 3 mana on the field.
Ethereal Armor is such a good card. I think it's a 1-drop enchantment.
It is 1-drop white.
It gives the creature first strike, first off, and then +1/+1 for every enchantment you control.
So here comes the form of black hitting the field, which I'm sure is a Blooming Marsh. And let's see if he has an Abrupt Decay in hand to... No, he's going to drop 3. And he's going to put down a...
Elvish Archdruid.
Yeah, he's going to drop down a Lord.
Or not. Here's the path.
Okay. He didn't want to see that instantly. I'm not too sure if that's what I would have saved the path for, but even if he passed the Reclamation Sage, it still has the ETB.
Well, like I said, it wasn't the Reclamation Sage, it was the Archdruid. That was a good play.
I'm just saying, even if you were to path the Reclamation Sage, the ETB effect would still happen.
Well, very much so.
And there's a Daybreak.
And that is the combo that you want on a Boggle.
Yep, and so you can expect that's going to be the definitive target, giving it Vigilance, Lifelink, and +3/+3.
Yep. But it actually gets another +1/+1 plus the +1/+1 from Ethereal Armor.
Yep.
So that is a 6/6 Vigilance, Lifelink, first striking Boggle.
There's a Coco. Let's see. I know he's looking to get that Reclamation Sage to hit that Daybreak Cornet. Looks like he's whiffing because that thing probably would have slammed the board immediately. See him shaking his head. Nope. Archdruid and a Heritage Druid as well hitting the field. That's rough. He was definitely fishing for the answer to try to get it.
More Elf.
Tap up, keep, draw, and it looks like, does he have another Daybreak? What do you put? Oof. Swung for a lot there. Bringing him to the brink. It's going to come down the next turn. Even though I don't think he's going to do it. Even with, I think Daybreak would still be the target here. It's going to be very rough for him. Because even if he swings in, if he doesn't get rid of that Daybreak, he's just going to chump block game life. Just swing at him for lethal next turn.
Oh yeah, there's too much on that Boggle right now. You have to bring it down a bit.
That's the problem, Ethereal Armor or Daybreak, because he's unblockable, and you see him doesn't have an answer in hand. It's maybe a scoop.
And there's no way he has enough damage.
No, not with 32. No.
Like I said, that lifelink was going to be key here.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like last game, if he would have got lifelink, I just don't doubt that he would have been able to. That he would have took game 1. But that coordinate is just nasty, and I think he actually has another coordinate in hand if I saw it correctly. I barely got a peek at the hand.
It is kind of hard to see from this angle.
So it's interesting. He didn't draw into an Abrupt Decay. No Reclamation Sage to be able to hit it and deal with the answers. What's the play going to be?
Tapping down to make elf mana. Make stuff. It's another Arch Druid. This game, I think the path's a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Solid on the options, especially that early Lord.
I think it's the Shaman of the Pack.
Still doing a ton of damage to him, but if he passes turn, he doesn't have the answer. It's game.
Well, the creature's not unblockable.
A lot of health he can gain off of that Boggle.
True. But he can stick a lot of elves in front of it, too.
This is fair. Jump block for jump block for jump block. And put the army in front of the big monster.
Scooping it?
Yep. Jacob got it. Gonna go to game 3. Good play. Good Magic plays coming around here into the top 4. You wouldn't expect nothing less, especially from Jacob, who criticized us harshly for not putting him on stream earlier. But better late than never.
Yeah, they say save the best for last.
Save the best for last. I did warn him though. I said you're not gonna go on stream unless you make it to the finals.
There you go. He's here.
Here we go. Going to game 3. Wouldn't expect much of a different sideboard. You just didn't see any of the pieces come out for him. Definitely would not expect that for round 3. Especially, I think he has 6 forms of it. I think he had 3 Abrupt Decays, and I don't know. I think 3 of the Reclamation Stage.
Oh yes, I think that was what exists in his sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jeremy could really use some light.
Yeah, that was a key thing.
Do you know if Essence Warden is an elf?
Do not believe it is.
Let me check.
Yeah, we're about to bring up a card here just to try to bring up some theoreticals. Essence Warden. It is an elf. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. I don't think that would have helped him much. He put out a lot of health. Well, I'm not too sure that would have helped him much.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It might have ended up being the target for Path earlier on.
Yeah.
But, at that one point where he put out, 6 elves.
I don't think he ETB'd 6. I know he ETB'd around 3 or 4. But you're not wrong. It probably wouldn't have been lethal. But even at 6, as big as that Boggles was, he was on a clock. He was on a real clock. But that's not a bad option for a 1-drop. That wouldn't be a path. I don't think that would be a path target very much. So I would save it for the lords and other things. So I mean, it could be an option.
I mean, like I said, it kind of depends, right? What's Jacob gonna do when Jeremy's getting just enough life to be outside of lethal range,
right?
Over and over.
So let's just come down. Jacob templed off very well, especially that Daybreak Cornet, just saving his hide and pushing him, closer to a win. So let's see if he can bring it home.
Of course, Jeremy's going to be on the play this time.
Yep. I don't think he had the mulligan. Not too sure. Can't see a card count. I think he mulliganed. Yep, he definitely had the mulligan down. Gonna hurt, but we're gonna see a fetch land with a Windswept Heath, and you can definitely expect the Temple Garden to shock out.
You're a Temple Garden.
I am a Temple Garden.
So 3 damage coming in on Jacob here.
I think Jeremy's gonna help him out with that. Don't forget, got your back.
Ah, such good camaraderie.
Yeah, across the board here at Nexus Esports. Don't worry, I got you, bruh.
I believe the message here is to elevate the esports community in Central Texas by offering a professional and safe atmosphere, an elite venue, and offering esports athletes to compete in premier events.
That is the message. All right, so we see the turn 1. It is a Glade Cover Scout, but still turn 1 Boggle. Just a lot of value coming out of Jeremy early, and that's just Elves on a stick right there. I'm kind of surprised that he may not have the infinite combo in here, but it's not everybody's flavor.
I mean, honestly, I prefer lording over like comboing. I understand the combo can get fairly. The combo's a kill.
It's almost instant the moment that thing hits the board.
The problem I have with the combo is that without the combo, you get kind of left holding the bag. Where if you depend more on the lording strategy, it's more consistent in that term.
That is fair. But when the combo happens, it is saucy.
So, what we're seeing here is we're seeing elves and we're seeing Jacob put out creatures, but we're not really seeing any enchantment.
No.
There's an arbor, dryad arbor.
I always wanted to see what the land does. It's just a little 1/1.
It is a land that is a creature, period, and it is a 1/1.
It's what it is. It's under the fix, just in case you mulligan down too low. You still have a 1/1 creature that you can still Ultron into. Just taps for a green.
Be careful though. Don't depend on it because it has no inherent protection.
Oh no, it's not like the Scout. It's not like the Boggle. I mean,
though it can't be abrupt decayed, believe it or not.
Well, 3 or less.
Non-land permanent. This goes back to the old concept that lands are sacred, thus do not target them. Basically, a lot of permanent hate specifically tries to keep you from hitting lands simply because there once was a strategy, it still exists in Legacy, black-white deck specifically geared around denying your opponent lands on a budget. Like, it's super easy. It's like turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, just land, and you're just landlock your opponent at one land while you ramp out with a 5/5 and a 7/7, and you're just like...
I think by turn 3, if you deny me a land, I scoop and walk away from the table.
Oh yeah, the deck brewed really bad feelings.
I would expect so.
And it's one of the reasons why we can't get a modern reprint of Vindicate, simply because literally answer target permanent is not something we can have in modern.
I mean, it's still an issue, even with decks like Ponza, who run land hate. You know, your Molten Rain, Stone Rains, all the things that do the land hating thing. I mean, I even feel bad when I get ghost quartered. You know, it's like, oh, why you have to do that, man? But it's a fairly legal play. I still get to go get a land, but it just hurts.
True, although in Ponza specifically they're targeting your land, which means non-land sources of mana kind of get around it.
Yeah,
depending on what you're playing.
But at the same time, I know you can still ramp into Ponza. Ponza's a very, very strong deck. I wouldn't call it necessarily a tier 1 deck, but it's still highly competitive, and it can be an issue if it's not taken care of swiftly. Because
and it recently got its power spike.
Yep, it did.
Reprint of Pillage.
Mm-hmm. I still, if I were to have to, I think I would prefer the flavor of Titan as Titan Shift. I think is what people call it. It was Valakut.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be more preferred to my play style if I were to do a combo.
Well, Valakut and Titan Shift aren't exactly the same thing. Though you can play Valakut through Titan Shift. Well, no, I guess, okay, that is, like, yeah. I was thinking of Breach Titan for a second.
Yeah, no, so you play Scape Shift and then sacrifice your lands.
And it's called Titan Shift because if Scape Shift fails, you just bring up the Primeval Titan.
Prime time.
And then you just ramp out your lands that way.
Yeah, and then just ping them for 3 for days. Oh, we saw... Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we saw a hard scoop.
No, that wasn't a scoop. That was a Westvale Abbey.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even know you ran an Abbey in there.
That is amazing. Jacob needs a path. Jacob needs a path.
He needs a path right now. He did not top deck the answer, otherwise that would have been a tap land, hit it. It dies now. Jacob is at 1. Whew, what have we been doing this whole time? I'm missing that.
Oh my god.
Sacrifice 5 creatures, turned it into the thing.
I think Jacob just got screwed by draws. Let me pull it up real fast.
We're going to bring up a Westvale Abbey for you to show you what it transforms into. It is a problem. Whew, I'm not too sure we were expecting that Westvale Abbey like that. So here is Westvale Abbey, has Flying Lifelink, Indestructible Haste on a 9/7 body. The land itself is sacrifice 5 creatures, transform Westvale Abbey into Ormondal Profane Prince.
Yep. Grizzle Brand's replacement. And what a replacement.
Lord have mercy. And I just acquired 3 of these, and we were talking about this the other day and what we were trying to do.
Oh, man. What
Ethereal armor and a Rancor onto the... It gets +2/+2 for each enchantment onto it, each enchantment aura. But it's just...
I kind of see what Jacob's doing. He's putting enchantments on Core Spirit Dancer to try to draw. He was trying to draw the path. He's not drawing it, though, and I'm afraid that if he doesn't draw it, this might be game. He can't shock a land in, so he can only play basics at the moment.
He's going to swing. So it's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage? Is it a 1/1 or a 2/2? Or a 2/1?
Core to Spirit Dancer is a 0/2, but that's going to be it. Let me get some damage in first, then you can have it.
Yeah, let me hit you in the face. What was it you said? Never miss a chance to get in damage?
Yep.
Yep, even on the losing side.
Oh, man, I can't believe we weren't paying attention. Westphal Abbey. Whoa!
Wow, when that thing flips. Whoa, I bet
even old Tarkius got caught by surprise. Oh, shit. Reminds me of that skit by Kevin Hart. It's about to go down.
Yeah, beautiful art on the card. It's a wonderful card. It taps for colorless, I think.
You can also let me pull up Westphal Abbey.
Yeah, you can just transform here. It should. Yeah, so you tap to add colors to your mana pool. 5 tap, pay 1 life, put a 1/1 black human cleric token onto the battlefield, or you tap 5, sacrifice 5 creatures and transform. Then untap it, and it has haste and flying and all the keywords that you want in a big black 9/7 creature. Oh my goodness! Flying, lifelink, indestructible, haste. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, Shadows over Innistrad, I do believe, is when that came about. And yeah, fantastic card. Just amazing card. The deck spin, I like it. Oh, wow.
GG's, hats off. You know, Jeremy pulling off the play, sacrificing his own elves.
Yeah, and I don't mean to downplay it, but Jacob kind of got a bad hand there, right?
He did. At the same time, I'm not too sure what he was thinking or how it turned out. You know, you got to expect that you're going to get something on top of your deck that's going to be able to make you swing. But, I mean, it just fizzled on him. It happens from time to time. My 8-rack deck, as templed as it is, it has fizzled on me. I played against Milton here, who was playing his Slivers, that he brought up a janky Milt deck, and I lost to it very, very handedly because I kept drawing lands.
And unfortunately, that is just how it goes. So that's going to be the semifinals round. We'll come back to you with the finals round featuring Jeremy Schultz for the 3rd time tonight.
It'll be the 3rd time tonight. We will see him in the finals, so we're just waiting to see who his opponent will be, and we'll be back with you. I'm Raymond Miller.
And I am Edward Teague.
We are back for the final.
Throwing up the F. There it is. The final round. Players did not want to split. I am super excited. Jeremy Schultz once again for the third and final time on the camera with Andrew Anderson coming at him with the Mardu Pyromancer deck. Now, I'm not 100% sure what's in the Mardu Pyromancer, but I'm super excited. Also of note, Jeremy, for some reason, switched chairs on me, so I had to type all that stuff in again.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting.
Coming out with a turn 1 Inquisition. Andrew on play. He's going to find something that he needs to get rid of to try to slow Jeremy down.
For those of you who are wondering why you didn't see a dice roll, it's because in the finals, top seed goes first.
Yep, and Andrew is top seed.
Barely. It's going to be very interesting to see the effect of the Lords, to see if he can, get out there and hit his tempo like he has consistently. His deck has been very consistently for Schultz. Very consistent. Just very exciting to be here to be able to see it. The Nobles are on the table. Winner take all.
Are they literally on the table?
They are literally on the table.
All right, so anybody wants to know, we are located on the corner of 6th and Columbus. All my people tuning in right now, I thank you for sticking with us for all this time. It has been a long night, but this should be the big finale. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and hit the set to fix that clock.
Yeah, we are on the big finale. We should be able to just get it going. Hit him with another ink.
I think he is.
It's the second Inquisition. Is he only on one land?
I think so. No.
Oh, okay, he finally decided what he wanted to pull out.
So there's the Land of War coming out. Long turn 1, but here we go. Turn 2. I see what was going on. Andrew wanted the time to write down all the cards.
Yeah, down on his boogie board. I see you.
Like a fetch.
Sack and go.
No, I don't think it's a sack and go.
No. He's gonna shock something in.
There it is.
Mountain?
I think it's a mountain.
Regular mountain.
That looks like a mountain.
Kind of looks like a very old mountain.
Andrew's been playing this game for way too long. He's been playing this game since before he had that beard. That's him on the camera, I guess, on the top from y'all's perspective. He is on the left side of the play field here.
The guy in the hat.
Guy in the hat. Not the cat, but the guy. Alright, let me go ahead and pull up some cards here for reference.
In this case, does the hat define the man or does the beard? We'll leave that for you to decide, ladies and gentlemen. So Inquisition of Kozilek. Very fun card. I know this card very dearly. We both do. We both run it in our version of ARAC. Target player reveals his or her hand. You choose a non-land card from it with converted cost 3 or less. That player discards that card. 1-drop black. Sorcery speed.
The thing here, Inquisition of Kozilek is the tempo hand hate. You don't need to throw a Thoughtseize out turn 1 if you have an Inquisition, because Inquisition is going to get the thing that's going to come out in the first 3 turns anyway. I mean, there's few and far between an example, although we did actually see one example of this earlier in this tournament, not on camera. Mr. Layne Mays, who was in our first game, actually threw out 3 Simian Spirit Guides to cast a 4-drop on turn 1. That's insane. That is 5 cards from your opening hand. And of course, he's actually playing against Andrew here, and Andrew actually managed to get the turn 2 Dreadbore. And I mean,
stop that temple right in his tracks.
Yep, that's 5 cards in your opening hand, answered with 1.
Imagine if you laid down a rack. Now, I definitely, black has been my favorite color in Magic ever since I started. Pretty clearly by the decks that I've built. I don't think I've traveled outside the realm of black yet, but it's definitely a very, very strong base. Those Inquisitions, those Thoughtseize are just very, very good. If you're running black, you can always at least consider it, depending on the type of deck that you're wanting to build. It looks like he just has a little dork on the field now.
Actually, he has looks like Andrew has a young Pyromancer out. Young Pyromancer who got a flavorful card to represent him in Modern Masters with Seasoned Pyromancer, but Young Pyromancer. I'm gonna bring that up for you real fast. Was a 1/1 from back in the day. Or sorry, 2/1. And whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, create a 1/1 red elemental creature token. I expect this card to return to prominent play very, very shortly because in Magic 2020.
Oh, Collective Brutality?
Yep, looks like Collective Brutality.
Ooh.
It looks like we're going to go ahead and get rid of more elves and some hand hate and whatever else he gets. Probably going to siphon some life. It just shows him the collected company. It's like, yep, you want that.
Yeah, get that cocoa right out of here. So it has escalate on it as a keyword. Discard a card to pay for its cost for each mode beyond the first. Choose one or more. Target opponent reveals his or her hand. You choose an instant or a sorcery card from it, and discard that card. Of course, target creature gets -2 until the turn, or target opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 life, and hitting that cocoa is good value for 2.
Oh, definitely. Of course, on the other side of it, we have Andrew over here. He has now cast 2 sorceries or instants, and he has now 2 elementals. So, like I was saying, in Magic 2020, I'm expecting to see a lot, and I mean a lot of elementals, because there's a lot of elemental support coming out in 2020.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely going to be interesting to see. It's going to be really hard. Did he get rid of a Missouri?
Yep. Ooh. Looks like more hand hate coming out. A lot of aggressive hand hate here. This really is going to prevent elves from kind of going off.
Yeah, he's definitely stalling his tempo, hitting them hard with the Inquisition, hitting them with, removing that cocoa. Even though he didn't have the land at the time, it's going to happen because he can mana dork off into it very easily. This is going to be, he's going to have a hard time against this.
I mean, the real play here is Jeremy's not getting the acceleration that elves normally get. Every card that Andrew's putting down is just a copious amount of value.
It is hard value that he's playing into. Swinging for a lot of damage. He's going to chump block one of them, destroying one of the elementals, and just taking the rest of it to the face. Still, it's very hard tempo that he's seeing. There he goes. Dropping down chump blocks. I think that's all he's really wanting to do. Of course, he does have a dork out now. And one lord.
That's another young Pyromancer.
Oh, man.
So that's going to be a lot of acceleration into, how to put this, a lot of acceleration into just token creatures. That's going to be an Elvish Archdruid coming out. Those elves get bigger.
Lord. I do apologize for having screwed the mat over. We want to try to diminish some of the glare that was happening. Up a little bit.
So both players building a board state, but the problem here is Andrew's board state is expendable for the most part, but Jeremy's is not. If he loses his board state, it's it. So a solid board wipe.
So he's gonna go fetch.
Yep.
Maybe like Godless Shrine or the Courtyard. I know we have the Godless Shrine. I'm sorry, he's playing Mardu. One of the things that I meant to point out earlier, whenever my friend Caulin was on the stream, he actually played a mountain that looked kind of rather unique. It was because there was an alternate art mountain that Ethan Ham had personally hand painted over. He had some really cool. He had some swamps, he had some forests, and he had some mountains that he did.
Ooh, look at that acceleration that just comes out. 2 instants and sorceries, 4 elemental creatures.
Good value. Very strong value. The board is ahead. Solid Coco just hit.
Actually, sorry, that's not a. That was actually 1. He played.
Ooh, he got the Missouri out. Did he not Coco? He only dropped 1 creature.
He may have whiffed with everything else.
Interesting to have seen it.
That was all at the end of Andrew's turn there.
It was an instant speed Coco, as it should have been. counting it out, trying to see what he can do, see if he can ramp in to try to get that combo going. And unfortunately, he's gonna
Big swing.
boarding them all up. And of course, this is the argument here. At this point, with his board state, if he had Devoted Druid, he would have lethal.
Devoted Druid? Yeah. True, no. If he had the 2 Devoted Druids, he could go infinite. But here's the thing, like, this is a lot of power that's about to come through. There's a lot of Lords, and he has the Azuri, right? So how much is he... Basically, he's going to wait for blocks, and then he is going to dump everything he can into Azuri.
So you see the Spirit tokens coming out, just chump blocking the other things.
It's not going to help, unfortunately.
It's not going to help much, because it's just going to trade off. But he doesn't.
No, it's not going to trade off. Watch.
No, he's going to get good value.
So this is the card that we're talking about here, Azuri Renegade Leader. Yep, and you see the scoop up there. I'm pretty sure he dumped the mana into it to give his elves +3/+3
and regenerate.
Trample.
Trample,
No.
yeah.
They regenerate it individually, but no, trample. That means all that little chunk blocking did nothing.
Did nothing. He probably had lethal on that, scooped it up, but didn't have lethal, but put him near death.
No, you have to think. He had 2 Clan Callers and an Elvish Archdruid.
Oh, yeah, he was...
All his elves got +6/+6 in trample. He literally overrun the board.
And Andrew was playing very well.
Really solid push. I don't know if the Collected Brutality was the right call with 3 options. Because he went through 3 options.
He could have gotten rid of one of them, right? Gave something neg 2, but still getting rid of that Coco.
No, he did. That's the thing. He went with a discard, neg 2, and then stole 2 life.
Yeah.
He could have also kept a card back instead. I don't know what he discarded.
I'm not too sure. I mean, you're right. It would just depend on what he decided to get rid of. Could have been land. It could have been anything.
So there we kind of just see the power of lording. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, no, you're right. The Azuri really did push to the win, but that's fine. It was the fact that he had a static +3/+3 in addition. And suddenly this becomes way too good.
Yeah, it definitely is an effective deck. He's only dropped 1 game. You see Andrew has only gone to a draw.
I think Andrew was aiming more to see if Jeremy... Basically, he was testing. Like, is Jeremy going to do this? Does he know he has lethal? Of course, once you saw the Elvish Archdruid hang back,
yeah,
it should have been obvious. Plus, I think with how it worked, I think he had so many elves out that he could actually tap the Elvish Archdruid and the other elf that he had and generate enough mana to ramp twice.
Very interesting. You saw Andrew reach for his sideboard and just instantly put it back and didn't grab anything out. The only thing that he could probably try to look for is just more kill it. Make it die.
Pyroclasm, Anger the Gods, any of that.
Even bolts. Lord hits the field, kill it. That'd probably be the answers that you would probably be looking for. I don't know if he's running Bolt's main board or not, but he templed off fairly well and had Schultz on the back foot. But Schultz, the deck didn't betray him, and he was able to just pieces out and swing wide.
Solid collected company there.
Yeah, very well, very very solid hit. So here we are going into game 2. Looks like.
And Andrew has to be sweating a little bit because last game he was on the play. This game he's on the play. If he wins this, Schultz goes on the play next game. And that's only... Ooh, I don't want to say it like that. I mean, he has to win for us to get a game 3.
Yeah.
So even if he wins, he puts his opponent on the advantage.
Right.
So this is one of those really uncomfortable situations you find yourselves in any of these tournament style games because typically you want to win when you have the advantage. Go ahead and take the loss when you don't have the advantage, and then come back stronger.
Right, and to be able to see how effectively he was able to recover his board state, because if you remember there, I think by turn 4, Jeremy had no board state just by the Inquisition.
I think he had a token.
I think he had a token, and that was about it. His board state was no, and just comboed off completely. was able to get the draw, hit the good Cocos, and just able to recover and stabilize very effectively. So he has to worry about that as well. His deck has been consistent all night.
Here we go. Jeremy puts on the Land of War. Andrew follows up with a Faithless Looting. Draw 2, discard 2. Looks like he's going to throw a Faithless Looting.
Another Faceless Looting and something else off to the side. It's kind of hard to see. It's being covered up.
I think it's that card that I was trying to name off earlier. It's the 2-drop, create 2 spirit creatures or tokens. Maybe it's 3.
If it's a 3-drop, then it's spirit. Then it'd be Spectral Possession.
Not that one. It's the other one that I'm thinking of because it has the one I'm thinking of has flashback.
Oh.
It's a white spell that flashes back for black.
Okay.
Unless I'm wrong, that was a lightning bolt coming out.
Definitely a lightning bolt. There goes a Heritage Druid hitting the board. Solid value for the ETB. Tap 3 Elves, create 3 mana.
Mm-hmm.
And here goes Collective Brutality, getting rid of that immediately, stopping his ramp. There's no doubt he probably would have had a couple of 1-drops to be able to turn off into next turn. Effectively having 4 mana.
He's going to get in some damage there.
Always swing whenever you have a chance. Tapping 2. Third for an Elvish Mystic.
What is that other card, though?
I really can't make it out. Haven't been able to make that card out all night, unfortunately. It was a very cool deck, though. I'm definitely liking this form of Elves that he's running. Ooh, another Brutality.
Yep, it's a Brutality
with the discard, making him hit the Coco. Oof.
That would have been coming out this turn, too.
That was good value. But at the same time, he did do it twice, but being able to hit that good value target, it doesn't hurt. Tapping down.
He's getting a lot of damage in on Andrew. Andrew's trying to keep the creature population down and keep Jeremy from comboing. But unfortunately, there goes the flashback to the card I was talking about earlier.
You have to be able to create the spirits. 2 of them. They do have flying, I think.
Yep, they are flying 1/1s.
Flying 1/1, so he's going to have chump blockers for days. He's going to try to trade out a couple of things. You see the Nettle out there as well. He's going to swing in.
No, he's
no,
not.
they're tapping. Okay.
He popped a Canopy, I think.
He's going to swing with Nettle. I'm going to look for a trade here to get rid of some of the board. And they're going to gang block the Nettle. I think she's a 2/1. In response, Coco.
Ooh, this is...
Ooh.
If he hits a single Lord.
If he hits a single Lord, it is problems.
I don't think it's Nettle. That's the Sentinel.
Azuri.
That's a Lord. That's going to make that a 3/3 and untap it.
That was a good value Coco.
That was a solid value Coco. That was an amazing value Coco, and Andrew's in trouble.
He is. Now he's kind of playing on his back kill.
Gonna go ahead and Dreadbore that Azuri.
Get rid of it. I don't like it. I saw what it did to me last time. I have PTSD.
Yep. Swinging in, that's lethal if he can't stop it.
Good game. There it is.
Oh my!
Jeremy takes it.
Wow!
Woo! Solid plays from Jeremy in that elf deck.
Nerves of steel, too.
I'm telling you. Jeremy wins our first playset series. Hats off to him. Just not really even caring, man. That was solid play coming in.
Like, it's almost anticlimactic, but it's not, because this is just a well-received victory by Jeremy.
That Coco won him the game.
I also want to point out, Jeremy's only loss that happened tonight was to the Sliver deck that we saw earlier. And to be fair, the only reason he lost is because Slivers suddenly jumped up in the air and flew over a line of elves.
That's what happened.
It literally came down to whether or not Jeremy was going to get the Azuri or Milton was going to get the flying, and Milton got the flying.
Congratulations to Jeremy. Being able to pull it off, he definitely needed these noble hierarchs. I spoke to him a little bit in between games. talking about how he was excited to be able to play for him, how he really, really wanted them to be able to build his deck around them. And this was the point of the Playset series, was to bring it into the community, to be able to allow people to play. Just give us a moment. I'll make sure that we bring him aside so Teague, you can go ahead and get an interview with him.
Definitely want to get an interview with this man. That was a fantastic play. So stay with us, and we will be right back. And we are back with the, I don't want to call it the winner of tonight's Playset series, Jeremy Schultz. Jeremy, say hi.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, so first off. Nah, like I couldn't believe that last game flowed. Like it was like water, man.
I honestly thought I was in trouble against Mardu because he can take away all my little stuff.
Yeah.
He can attack my hand pretty nice.
Yeah, like that was the thing, right? Like I thought, especially after that first game.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I can move a little bit. Just if it makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, just yank it around a little bit. Little force. Anyway, yeah, no, that first game, I just watched him just tear everything you had apart. No to that creature. No to that card. No. And then suddenly we're like, are you out of saying no? A little bit. Fine. Yes.
Yeah, Zuri helped me win that game.
Oh, man, I couldn't believe
being able to double overload. But I won no other games all night besides the one with Zuri.
Yeah, I know, right?
I him out every time.
It's amazing, really, when you think about it. Plus, not to mention that you had, what, 2 clan callers and an Elvish Archdruid, and you said you overran twice?
Yeah, overran.
So your Elves got +9/+9 in trample?
Yeah.
Did Andrew...
I swung, and he blocked with everybody, but I don't think it mattered.
Did he realize that you were going to Azuri?
I don't know if he did or not.
I saw him assigning blockers and gank blocking some things. I was like, this. He knows, right? He knows.
He knows everybody's about to get super big in here, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you block us.
God, that was pretty good. That was a good comeback in that game 1. And like I said, game 2, on the play, just couldn't tempo you down.
No, I think I had too much juice.
Yeah, and then just out of nowhere, and then that collected company was on point.
Yeah, he
ganked
twice. He jacked my Coco the turn before I was gonna play it, and I'm like, okay, now I'm doing the one elf a turn thing, which I don't really like to do. I want to throw a few of them out there at a time because you don't want to play one elf at a time. You want to get the druid out there so you get your hand on the field and play the 3-drop thing lets you get more creatures in your hand so you can puke them out again. That's all it does. Super fun.
Well, like I said, a fantastic showing in the final there. Let's talk, but I want to talk about the semifinal game that mattered. Right?
The semifinals.
Because Tarkus here, who you see lighting up in the chat, that oh shit there was his moment when he saw Profane Prince transform and swing in. Like everybody in here was like, "What?" Hands on head, Pikachu face. What?
I've only won with that guy a couple times.
Is he main board in your deck?
He's main board, yeah.
What a fantastic! I was even saying in game 2 against Jacob, right? I was like, man, if he just had a way to get some life back because he's just getting whittled down. And then, like, out of nowhere, oh yeah, by the way, I have a 7/5 flying lifelink haste.
I'll turn 4.
True.
It's super gross.
God, that was so good.
So I had 5 creatures and paid 5 mana.
So let's see here. Your record tonight is 5-1. That means you lost. That means you obviously suck at Magic.
I lost my first game.
Yep.
To Slivers.
Yeah. We had Slivers on stream.
Fly.
Yeah.
They can fly, and that's a big problem.
That was the defining point. So, do you have any takeaways, deck building wise, that you want to go forward with?
What do you mean?
Like,
to change the deck? Is it finished?
I mean, you won. Yeah. Is it finished? Did you want to change it?
It needs Cavern of Souls.
Needs Cavern of Souls.
Unclaimed territories for Cavern of Souls. I was going to get a Horizon Canopy, but I got the black-green one today.
Yeah. Wasn't there also an elf that lets you tap and, like, hit a creature for its power, and its power was equal to the number of elves you had?
I've never seen that.
I think there
I
is.
feel like that would be a bit of like a...
Specific?
Well, I feel like that would just kind of take the deck off turn. I don't care about your creatures.
Oh.
Going around them.
Just going through and around.
Going around. We're trying to get bigger. We're going around them. And if you do get too big, I'll just keep...
Makes sense. So, what do you think of the event tonight?
I honestly did not think I was going to do that well. Elves is like super janky, and every time I played with it, like I've ended up... Like sometimes you have good hands where you get to come out and run right over to somebody, but then sometimes you don't have what you need, so kind of lull for a turn or two, and then that ends up killing you the whole time. But tonight I've had draws, which allowed me to pull up wins, I guess.
Well, so only a 10-man show out today, right?
Yeah.
Kind of a little bit light on the side, but in that 10-man, we had at least 4 tribal decks. We had Merfolk tribal, Elf tribal, Slivers, and we had 5-color humans, which, yes, is tribal.
That's right. Robert's playing human.
Like, wow, really?
You know, Robert's my best friend. I've known him since 3rd grade.
Ah.
I almost had to play him in the finals. I haven't played him in Magic in so long.
Who would have won between humans and elves?
Last time I played humans, I played here and it was against smashed it too, so I don't know.
Ah, so the elves master race, huh?
I'm not worried about humans. They try to take your hand apart and put a dude back to your hand, and I don't know. Like, they can't really get big enough, and they don't have trample.
Makes sense. I mean, that's like kind of the advantage of...
Like, that deck's more good. Like, that deck's, it's like a good deck against, like, control, and you're still aggro, right?
Yeah.
So you still get your tempo out, but not slow down.
It's kind of a counter tempo.
If humans runs into another aggro deck, it's kind of weird, because some of their humans don't necessarily interact with you. Because the metal mage doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
The Rexade, or not Rexade, what's the 3-drop guy that bounced up back?
Oh, Reflector Mage.
Yeah, that stalls for a turn. Depending on how many stuff, like, you bounce a bunch of the same guy, I might be in trouble for my tokens.
Now, so, Modern Horizons just came out, or the Spark before that. You seem to be a decent Modern player, so, I mean, you won. So, in your opinion, how healthy is Modern right now?
I love Modern. All kinds of decks that can smash you. Plus, Modern Horizons is about to change it up. I don't think we've seen half of what happened to Modern Horizons with the cards that have came out, because a lot of people haven't even started making the decks that we're going to see.
I mean, I 100% agree. I've heard a lot of negativity about Modern Horizons, but I'm also hearing it from people that don't deck build.
Yeah,
they just wait for the decks to come out.
Well, these are Magic players. they like to complain.
That's true. We are a complacent bunch, especially in Modern.
Yeah.
Like, Legacy doesn't have to worry about it. It's like, oh, what's going to challenge us at this level? And Standard's like, well, we're used to having to build new decks. Modern's the ones that are like, oh, no, that deck's been in top 8 for the last 2 years. It's never going away.
I can't believe they printed so much artifact hate for my affinity.
Yep. Yep. So, tournament, you liked it. You won. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
For your closing words, I just kind of want to get your opinion. How do you like Nexus?
I like Nexus. It's real fun. I've known Zach and Robert for probably over 10 years. So it's just a fun place to come, hang out with my friends and people that I know to play Magic. I love it.
You heard it here. It's the best place in Waco to play Magic.
The best place in Waco for Magic.
Okay, I'm not going to make that much of an addition.
I said it.
But you know what? It's pretty
Jeremy
damn
said it.
good. It's pretty damn good. Plus, Playset Series, you're walking away with Noble Hierarchs. What are you going to do with those?
My brother needs him for a deck, which is really funny. So I'll see what he wants to do to get him.
Ooh, going to hold that hostage.
Yeah.
Any idea what he's building?
They're for spirits, glory, spirits.
Oh!
Yeah, that's right.
Oh! I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Wait, you're Corey's brother?
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh.
We've seen Corey before running Bant Spirits. Love the deck, by the way. Man, you all
It's
Coco
super
around
fun.
all the time.
Yeah, we argued a lot about the Cocos because he had 2 Cocos, I had 2 Cocos, and so Elves and Spirits both need Cocos. And then I bought some, and I was like, I'm gonna need my back, and he's like, now I gotta fucking buy some.
You know,
Forced his hand.
You know, I actually criticized him a lot when he added green to his deck, and the only thing that was green in the whole deck was Coco.
Well, he did have birds.
No, he added birds later. Initially, all he had was Cocos,
Oh.
and I was doing that. God, really?
Well, I think he had birds, and he might have took him out.
It later he added the birds, but the truth of the matter is, the Coco comes. Like, it's the play.
Oh, yeah,
It's-
Coco's super
it's
good in the
so
deck,
good.
deck spirits. You need-
Yeah.
you need-
It's-
especially when you can make everybody huge as shit.
Honestly, it's good in just about any tribal that can effectively run it.
If you're playing tribal and you're playing green, you're not playing Coco. What do you do?
Yeah, actually, yeah, no, like blue-green Merfolk,
I've
so
never seen that.
powerful.
I've actually never played against blue.
It is
I've
so
played
damn
Merfolk a few
powerful
times.
because
Never
you know
seen
all their lords are 2-drops.
Yeah.
So
I hate
good.
Angel Bow.
Yeah.
Like, I got it to 2. I could play everything.
Yep. Well, like I said, Jeremy, good showing. Good showing.
Thank you, man.
Congratulations on your prize. This has been the Playset series here at Nexus Esports, located on the corner of 6th and Columbus in historic downtown Waco. If you are interested in this or any other future events we might have, please reference the Nexus Esports website. We will be back. I have been your primary caster, Edward Teague, my accomplice and partner in crime, Raymond Miller, and of course tonight's winner, Jeremy Schultz. All of you out there listening, have a good night, and we will see you next time.